I, Manhar Rashid, on behalf of IFI and GSOA, take a great pleasure in welcoming all our distinguished delegates, subject expert speakers, senior government officials, guests from overseas, and friends from press and media to Day 2 of India Space Policy Conference 2025. I hope you all had an amazing time yesterday witnessing and hearing from our eminent set of speakers. Prepared to be swept away by the immense gravity and magnitude of the subject expert speakers today, industry leaders, and networking opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking any further time, let's begin with today's inaugural session. Let me request and invite Mr. Bharat Bhatia, President IFI, to kindly do the honors of welcoming our eminent dignitaries. I request Mr. Bhatia to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored to invite and welcome on the dais our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti, Advisor and Designate Member, S, Department of Telecommunication. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause and let's honor Shri Chakrabarti. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion. Inviting and welcoming Shri N.K. Bhola, Director WMO, Department of Telecommunications. Welcome, sir. We welcome and honor Shri Sanjay Agarwal, Director DCPW, leveraging satellite technologies and applications for public safety towards Viksit Bharat. Welcome, sir. We welcome once again Ms. Isabelle Moro, Director General, Global Satellite Operators Association. Welcome once again, ma'am. And last but not the least, Shri H.C. Soni, Vice President, IFI. Welcome, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for all our distinguished delegates on the dais, please. Thank you. It's now time for me to invite on the dais Mr. Bhatia to address the August gathering and the opening remarks. Sir.
Thank you very much. Respected Shri Chakrabarti ji, our chief guest today, Madam Isabelle, welcome again. Sanjeev Agarwal ji, Director, DCPW, Shri Bhola ji, N.K. Bhola, Director, Wireless Monitoring and Joint Wireless Advisor, Shri Soni ji, distinguished speakers, delegates, guests. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all. Welcome back on this day 2 of the India Space Policy Conference. Actually, yesterday, and most of you were here, we saw a sea of people. We were at the starting of the event, we had such a huge gathering here, and the deliberations yesterday started off by Chairman TRI, Shri Lahoti ji, encompassed a large number of very important and critical issues relating to the space policy. The whole day, and it was a very hectic day yesterday, which covered large number of subjects, from the policy issues, the recent reforms, WRC 27 critical agenda items 1.1 to 1.6, dealing with very important subjects particularly agenda item 1.5 that deals with unauthorized earth stations for emanating to the NGSO systems. And the last session, which talked about GMDSS, GADSS, and other safety and security services. All the session brought together practically all the key issues of the satellite policy. Today, we continue that thread, but today we are on a slightly much more important topics. The forenoon is devoted to the device-to-device. Device-to-device, as some mentioned yesterday, is a very revolutionary concept. This is where the integration of the space and terrestrial technologies happen. This is where you will be able to use your normal mobile phone for connecting via satellite communications when you are out of reach of a terrestrial network, which will provide the real ubiquitous connectivity. We have been talking about ubiquitous connectivity for many, many years, but I think now the technology has done marvels, and we are already seeing it happening in number of countries. I think US has already launched direct-to-device services. Some other countries have also launched. And today we will be looking at the D2D technology, the D2D regulatory framework, the D2D policy issues. And these are very actively being considered in the ITU and in the APT, particularly with respect to agenda item 1.13 of WRC 27, which I think is one of the most critical agendas of the next World Radio Conference. So without much ado, I think we have a galaxy of speakers here in the inaugural session, followed by a very detailed discussion on the D2D. And the afternoon session again is a very, very important from India's perspective. We will look at the Viksit Bharat, a developed India in 2047, and how does one leverage the space technologies, satellite technologies to fulfill the ambition of a developed India. And I think that session will look at various facets of how do we link the space technologies with the development of the country. So stay tuned. I think we have a very full day. And I welcome you all again. Please have a fruitful day and look forward to continuing this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for those warm words of welcome. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have an opportunity to invite and welcome Ms. Isabelle Moro, Director General, Global Satellite Operators Association. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning, everybody. A pleasure to see you here again. I think, like we discussed yesterday, I already introduced who GSOA is, but just in case some of you were not in the room yesterday, just want to share that we are, of course, the global association. We represent the entire satellite industry, all operators in all orbits, launchers, manufacturers, ground segment. And in particular, we have, a number of members, given that today the topic is going to be D2D, that really have launched already services, have deployed, thinking of Viasat, EchoStar, but also not only D2D, but also IoT. And I'm thinking particularly of Satelliot, OQ, and Plan S. And we also have two new members that have joined us very recently that are uniquely dedicated to D2D, and those are AST Space Mobile and Link. But I think we've heard quite a lot yesterday at a higher level about D2D, and I think pretty much in every session that we discussed, D2D came up as one of the important topics that is being discussed, when we think of policies, of regulation, but also of spectrum. But maybe let's start by looking at, what are the opportunities of D2D. And firstly, globally speaking, if we think really of terrestrial networks, I think I already mentioned yesterday that, we have 96% of the population that is covered by mobile networks, but this only represents 20% of the landmass. So a lot of missed opportunity if we think in those terms. So to push that to 99% of population, for example, we need to almost double the terrestrial infrastructure footprint to cover 39% of the landmass. And getting to 100% of the landmass would require massive additional investment for increasingly marginal returns, really in terms of terrestrial operators. So this is where satellite D2D really comes in. We must think of it as cost efficient, fast to deploy, and capable of reaching any geography. So not only areas where fiber is not economical or practically feasible, but also in places where there is no alternative, like in the maritime environment, which we heard so much about in the afternoon session yesterday. Now, if we look at the market projections, as we know, the services already exist today. I think we've heard yesterday as well from Biosat and others. But let's look at the D2D market and opportunities in the APAC region, for instance, over the next few years. So Nova Space looked at the D2D market and believes there will be a 50% compound annual growth rate over the next 8 years, reaching a total of $5.8 billion per year. Direct-to-phone services will be around $3.5 billion, and that represents pretty much 60%. And the rest will be satellite IoT, which I think you'll hear today a bit more from Sateliot. And this, to me, is something where, we hear there is a lot of hype around D2D and really direct-to-device, and in the mind of everybody, that's just the citizen, us using D2D and using satellite. But when we think of satellite IoT, there is really an immense opportunity there, because it's, must thinking from agriculture to logistics. This is really bringing opportunities not only to people, but it's also connecting things together and bringing opportunities to small businesses, farmers, really in areas which we never thought would be possible to have things connected to each other. And this really will be a game changer in many nations where, IoT is not able to reach currently. And in particular in India, I think, for the governments, for industry, for local governments, it's really important to look at it as a really great opportunity for economic and social growth. But, we also need to think, of partnerships. I mentioned yesterday collaboration. D2D is not going to happen to a large scale unless we have collaboration between industry and with, also standard bodies. So really, integration of terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks is key here. Many partnerships are forming between satellite operators and the mobile industry. Ourselves, GSOA, we signed a cooperation agreement with GSMA, but also with the European Space Agency last year to accelerate this integration. And the aim really is to leverage the synergies between mobile and satellite technologies so that we can unlock new digital opportunities, not only for consumers, but also for enterprises. And on this side, the slide, you'll see that there are many types of partnerships that are currently happening in D2D. In India, for instance, we heard recent announcement that Vodafone Idea, and AST are partnering to bring D2D to the market. But globally, we're seeing some satellite operators are working directly with MNOs. Some others are working with handset manufacturers. Some are using a standardized approach. and some are using proprietary approaches. And at the end of 2024, up to 3% of the 7 billion active smartphones that were supported, D2D already. So most of them were using proprietary solutions and were mostly on Apple iPhones. But let us look a little bit more at what we've heard a bit yesterday about the different models of D2D. And there are essentially two types, two variants, if you like. So in a nutshell, one is getting satellite spectrum into mobile handsets. That's what is commonly called as D2D in the MSS band. The other is putting a base station onto the satellites, and this is the D2D in IMT. Both have advantages, both have challenges, and so, for us as GSOA, we support both models. But if we look at those challenges and opportunities, if we look at the MSS-based D2D, of course, this model can leverage existing mobile satellite spectrum, for example, in the L and the S band. Can also leverage the 3GPP standards. We've worked relentlessly with 3GPP to bring satellite into the standards of 5G and 6G. We've released 17, 18, and we're now working actively on release 19. And the advantage, of course, of this is the regulatory framework is already well established and widely adopted. However, it needs handset manufacturers to implement those standards and include those in the MSS bands. So it is taking some time, and for now, only high-end phones support this model. But as mentioned, if we look at proprietary solutions, we already have 3% of the smartphones that have those capabilities. And that's why the goal of the broader industry is to drive adoption through open standardization so that we can ensure that satellite D2D really becomes a native feature in mainstream smartphones. And this will encourage widespread support from manufacturers and enable scalable, interoperable services worldwide. Now, if we look at the second model, the terrestrial IMT-based D2D, this involves using terrestrial mobile spectrum, so IMT spectrum via satellite. And this spectrum is already supported by existing handsets, which is a major advantage because you don't have the need for hardware changes, if you want, on the user, from the user side. However, because IMT spectrum is typically licensed exclusively to MNOs, the satellite use really depends on partnerships with MNOs. And in this scenario, satellite signals can only be used in areas where terrestrial networks are not actively deployed so as to avoid interference. This approach holds great potential for scale, but it also raises significant regulatory challenges. And at the international level, we need clarity from WRC 27. We heard yesterday a lot about Agenda Item 113, which is, of course, studying how IMT bands can be used for satellite D2D. In the meantime, there are also national regulators that are also stepping in. We've seen in countries like the US and Australia, they're updating their frameworks to manage coexistence between MNOs and satellite operators. And these services are often deployed under Article 4.4 of the ITU radio regulations, meaning they must operate on a non-interference, non-protection basis. However, we do not want to have 192 different national regulations, so all of these national initiatives really need to have enough flexibility to be adapted and streamlined after the WRC 27 will conclude in a couple of years. So, GSOA, sorry, it's hard to shake, members are embracing 15 years. GSOA members are embracing both approaches And we encourage really regulators to be open to both. Of course, our members, as I said at the beginnings, we have members with both approaches, and us as an association, we try to support both. If you want a bit more information and details on this, we have a couple of reports that are available on our website where you'll be finding more information. But to wrap up, I really just want to emphasize that satellite D2D is really not just about connectivity and technology. It's really about increasing inclusion, resilience, and global reach. And we really must think of it in those terms, exactly in the same term we're thinking of IoT satellite. And it's really about unlocking its full potential, but this will depend mainly on three factors. One, it's the technology alignments across satellite and mobile ecosystems. The second is spectrum access, including licensing models and coexistence frameworks. And third, it's international collaboration, especially through 3GPP, as I said, but also WRC, and beyond. So as GSOA, we'll continue to work very closely, of course, with our members, with the mobile industry, with regulators, with policymakers and standard bodies, to make D2D a truly global capability, and hoping one that is really complementing terrestrial networks and that will enable to expand the boundaries of connectivities for governments, for citizens, and for enterprises. So with that, I'll hand over to my esteemed colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your expertise with all of us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we are truly privileged to have with us Shri Sanjay Agarwal, Director, DCPW, leveraging satellite technologies and applications for public safety towards Viksit Bharat, a gold medalist in computer science from IIT Delhi, with over 3 decades of diverse experience across various ministries. Shri Agarwal is a visionary leader in digital transformation, particularly in disaster management. He is especially renowned for driving digital transformation in disaster management, implementing nationwide early warning systems, and achieving remarkable success in large-scale IT projects. Please join me in welcoming Shri Sanjay Agarwal. Sir.
Thank you. The esteemed dignitaries sitting on the dais and dear friends, first of all, I am really thankful to Isabel for a very wonderful presentation, and actually I learned a lot what is happening around globally in satellite communications, and we would further like to engage with us on this particular matter. Right now, the point which I want to focus on, that the space technologies have become increasingly important. If in 1995, there was a time when the mobile technologies were taking a shape in terms of commercial deployment, and it took now after 30 years, we are at a different place. In 2010 around, Wi-Fi technology started gaining momentum, and it became commercially deployable, and today again, they are in a very matured stage. We are talking about next generation of Wi-Fi. And 15 years again down the line, today, space technologies are just on that particular verge, and this is going to be the future. As far as the space communication is concerned, as rightly pointed out by Isabel, that we can reach to the farthest location, for that moment, any corner of the world, without much of the capital expenditure. It may be a little higher of the OpEx, but that will provide the services in accordance to that. And as the technology is getting matured, the OpEx will also come down, which is definitely expected the way it has happened in mobile communications. Second thing is that we can have, as D2D communication is coming up, so with that the reach will be in the hand of a common man. But as far as when we come to government has a much more leverage and much more stake in this particular matter. We have a situational awareness, much better, of any location, may it be for disaster, may it be for looking for agriculture deployment, or planning, anything and everything, satellite communication has become very important. Second thing is that secured communication is possible nowadays with indigenous satellites being launched by ISRO. So with that, we can have end-to-end encryption, maybe SAG encryptions can be used, so that we have a completely secured communication. In this aspect, it has become increasingly important now that globally the way wars are happening and the way things are happening around, like in Israel or maybe in Syria or maybe recent war which we had close to war-like situation with India-Pakistan. So not only the situational awareness of our own country is important, the situational awareness of the other countries is also important. And at the same time, to sensitize our own locations, things are becoming increasingly complex. And in that particular aspect, it has become important for government to have at least 2 or 3 different kind of networks to have a detailed situational awareness as well as the secured communication mechanism in any part of India or maybe abroad. So in that, already DCPW is having a captive network, that is Polnet, that is working on C-band. In that already 1,000 satellites have been used, and my friends who are sitting here from DCPW, they know that during the recent war-like situation, we were actively supporting whatever communication which was required through our Polnet, and it proved its worth. And again, the government has increased the requirement from 1,000 is existing to 1 more 1,000 we are going to deploy, especially for ITBP or BSF and the other states. It is equally important for disaster management purposes also. DCPW is coming up with a major project on PPDR. PPDR is that it will be a completely integrated network for all of the police agencies, all of the public safety agencies, and disaster relief agencies. Again, in that particular BBPPDR, the integration of satellite communications will be a very important factor, because reaching out to the far-flung area which are unconnected through terrestrial means is going to be a very capital-intensive aspect. And if we go for a satellite connectivity, it will be much better. Not only that, whenever there are some disruptions at the terrestrial network, then satellite communication can not only provide backhaul now with the D2D, it can provide the connectivity. However, there is a concern already in the Ministry of Home Affairs regarding the usage of C-band, because C-band is an all-weather band. Of course, the bandwidths are very low, but it is an all-weather band. And we intend to have our network in all the 3 bands, that is C-band and KU-Ka band. So that is something which is being looked after by the policy thing. And this satellite spectrum is becoming very important for all of the stakeholders. In that particular direction, the government has done recently a very, very good work in terms of framing the policy for the space communications. On a lighter note, I'll just share that the space has become very important, and we hear the same thing from our families, Gen X or Gen G or Gen Alpha. They say, Papa, mujhe space chahiye. Mama, I need my space. And wife also says, I need my space. So we are designing a family space policy. So that is another aspect. So space has become very, very important. However, this is the right time to have this particular conference. I'm really thankful that this conference is going to give a lot of information, how the things are shaping. My friends who are from DCPW are attending the conference for continuously 2 days. I think they will learn a lot, and we further would like to engage with IAFI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Moving ahead, I would like to have a pleasure of inviting Shri N.K. Bola, Director WMO, Department of Telecommunications, highlighting over 30 years of proven expertise in spectrum management and monitoring within WPC and WMO. He oversees the WPC Wings Field Unit, managing a strategic network of 1 international satellite monitoring Earth station 5 international monitoring stations, and 22 wireless monitoring stations across India. Ladies and gentlemen, with a thunder of applauses, please welcome Shri N.K. Bholaji.
Good morning to all, the distinguished delegates and speakers, industry delegates joining us at this space conference, ISPC 25. First of all, I feel that it is a privilege that I have been invited here by ITU-APT Foundation, and it's my responsibility to address today's workshop on a subject that is no longer science fiction but an operational reality: D2D connectivity powered by NGSO constellations. My earlier speakers, ma'am from GSOA, has highlighted and made the wonderful presentations on the issue, on the concept, and then by Shri Sanjay Agarwal, Director DCBW, who is IIT Delhi gold medalist, and he has also given wonderful speech and presentation what is happening in DCBW. And it is my duty to inform that in my the information I just want to tell you that as a director of wireless monitoring, I'm a head of the department, and we are having 28 monitoring stations throughout India and one satellite monitoring earth station at Jalna, which monitoring the satellite spectrum throughout the India. And in the WRC, coming WRC also, as compared to previous WRCs, WRC 27 have more agenda items in space and terrestrial satellite technology as compared to terrestrial. Although both the technologies are efficient, terrestrial and satellite. So, coming to this session, day 2 session, I was informed that in the inaugural session, we celebrated India's accelerating space reforms and the vision of Vikshit Bharat that places satellite communication at the heart of inclusive, ubiquitous connectivity. Today, we roll up our sleeves and ask the tough question: how do we vision into service in the palms of 1 billion citizens without waiting for another decade? Today, the conference is devoted to D2D and Vikshit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket. It can also extend 4G, 5G coverage to fishing boats in the Lakshadweep, ambulances in the Himalayas, and IoT sensors on the Delhi-Mumbai freight corridor for all seamlessly connectivity. The numerous speak for themselves. Over 400 million Indians still lack reliable terrestrial communications, and yet by 2027, analysts expect more than around 200 million handsets to ship with native satellite chipsets. The gap between the demand and supply is the opportunity and meet here today. The road to DODs requires spectrum, certainly. The ITU has already identified the spectrum bands for D2D with a possible decision by 2027. D2D cannot succeed in isolation. It needs in-space and ISRO to streamline launch and orbital slot coordination. Try to recommend transparent spectrum pricing that rewards only movers yet to protect consumer affordability and industry to share technical trials and interference mitigation best practices in an open forum, exactly like we are having today. So finally, in closing, the satellite are already overhead, the device is already in our hands. The only thing left is the courage to connect the two under a forward-looking light touch and trusted regulatory framework, the terrestrial and satellite. Let's make India choose and coverage from the coverage to universal connectivity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhola. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored and grateful for our honorable chief guest, Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti, advisor and designate member S, Department of Telecommunications, for gracing us with his presence. He is a distinguished 1988 batch Indian Telecommunications Service officer, boasts over 34 years of experience in telecommunications, public policy and management. He holds a master's in public policy and management from IIM Bangalore and Syracuse University. His extensive career includes pivotal roles in the Department of Telecommunications, TRI, and ISRO, where he significantly contributed to emerging technologies and regulations. I request and invite Mr. Chakrabarti to kindly address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti. Sir.
A very good morning to you, everybody. At the outset, on behalf of the Department of Telecom, let me congratulate the ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this particular workshop, which is very timely as well as important for moving ahead with the satellite sector in the country. Also, on my personal behalf, I thank the ITU-APT Foundation for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share my ideas with all of you. I won't go much into the technicality of the issue. As I understand, all over the 3 days we'll be discussing mostly the technical parts and the regulatory parts of this particular, the new variant of the satellite services. See, whenever you want to provide a public delivery service and want to ensure the sustainability over a longer period of time, and you want to comply the regulations set out by the government, either it is related to the security or to the public safety, or maybe in espionage or any other things like that, you require to build up an ecosystem. It's very important to build up a full-fledged ecosystem that basically runs, governs, regulates, and administers the whole process of providing the public service delivery all over the country. But when the subject matter is something like satellite, it is international in nature, then it's not only national, you require some more players, international players like ITU and the WRCs like that to take decisions, to bring all the countries together, to set up a larger ecosystem, which ultimately will deliver, monitor, regulate the services. That's why I talked about the ecosystem, because it's very, very important how the ecosystem basically it perceives the service delivery or the service conditions or the service improvement and that service technology in a particular country or in the international level. Now, let's see in our country, almost over the last 30 years, I think it's almost like a revolution that has been brought in our country. Something by around 2000 AD, the teledensity of the country used to be around 3.5% or so. Today, by the time we are at 2025, by the mid of the year, we can boast our teledensity, which is almost around 85.63%. 50% of the population, not only in our country, it's worldwide also, they have now internet penetration. They are enjoying the internet subscription, and they are getting much more democratized, digitalized, and empowered in the digital field. All those things happened because of the ecosystem, actually, the way it has viewed the services, the way it has dealt with the services, and the way it has given way an approach to move forward. But see, despite all those things, it's very important to highlight some of the places and maybe some of the part of the population who have been deprived from the telecom services just due to the fact that they are not living in the urban areas or the semi-urban areas, they're not living in the city, they are in the far-flung, remote areas, village areas where the communication has not been penetrated for multiple reasons. It may be economic reason, it may be law and order problem, it may be some other problem as well. What I want to mean, despite of all those things, in India, if you look into, I think the progress is almost phenomenal. And I really give much of the credit due to the ecosystem and the perception of the ecosystem. I think India has got it right, the fundamentals in that ecosystem since the beginning. Beginning, when I say beginning, I'm talking about around 200 AD and beyond. And I would now like to talk few such understanding what basically prompted a revolution of the telecom services in the country. So the number one is the digital empowerment of the citizens. See, how do you perceive, how a country perceives the telecom services or the broadband services? It really depends how it is going to move forward with the services. If you look into some of the advanced countries, just talk of America, in a particular area, if the services are not available or the broadband service is not available, they see it as a connectivity issue. It's a connectivity issue. That means that part is not connected to the mainland, that part is not connected to the mobile network, that is not connected to the satellite network. More is a connectivity tool. But when you look into countries like India, Brazil, South Africa, the upcoming economies, or you may call it at the lesser poles of the new world, the telecom service or the broadband services are more visualized as a tool for the social and the economic inclusion. It is more seen as a tool for the digital empowerment of the citizen. It is more seen as a tool for democratization. It is seen more as a GDP enhancer, or it is seen as if it is going to increase and bring the newer occupation and businesses to the population or to the citizenry in the country. That's where the perception of the ecosystem matters a lot. And that's where exactly the entire ecosystem, either the government, the academia, the industry, the service providers, everybody understood telecom is such a vital sector in the country. All out efforts were taken, huge decisions were taken where it was in the government sector, it has been brought into the parallel competition, and efforts have been taken, and today from 3% or 3.5% of the tele-density, we have reached around 85.63% of the tele-density. That's where it matters, the perception of the ecosystem towards the service. And exactly I said India got it right since from 2000. And that's what is to happen in every other country. If we are looking for a faster penetration, if you want the services to reach your every nook and corner of the country, everybody has to develop the ecosystem and they have to move in that direction. The second important understanding of the Indian ecosystem is that the technology, leadership, and the innovation. See, the pace of development in the knowledge sector and in the technological sector, there has always been something like a big competition. Every 6 years, the total knowledge content of the world is doubling up, whereas every 4 years, the technology goes into obsolescence. So what it means basically, that you require constant innovation. If you are not innovative in the field of telecom sector, you are out of the race. And that is one of the understanding that India has got it right since beginning itself. we always have been putting a lot of pressure on the involvement of the academia, of the educational institutions, more and more R&D, setting up the center of the excellences, and reaching out to the world, other institutions of excellences, tying up, doing more fundamental research in the sector. And we have done terribly well. And I can tell you, wait for just another 4 or 5 years, by the time the 6G technologies will be arriving, you'll be finding India in the lead position in the telecom sector. And that has been repeatedly told that in 4G, we have followed the foreign manufacturers and the country and the technology. In 5G, we have moved together, but in 6G, we are going to lead the sector. It's all going to happen. You might have seen only a few days back, the new telecom policy has been published for the public consultations. And see the way it is addressing the innovation sector. Innovation has been made a mission mode innovation the country will be following for the next 5 years to come. The third important point is very, very important for the Indian ecosystem, and particularly in the telecom sector. It may be, of course, in any other sector. Sorry, what I want to mean, it's not only for the telecom sector, it's for every Indian sector. That is the extreme sensitivity to the prices. See, I just remember that in one of the leading newspapers, long back, I saw just a cartoon. One Indian buyer, he has gone abroad to purchase a very big ship. And the ship was anchored in the harbor. And by the time he has gone over there, the first question he asked to the sailor, "Kitna deti hai?" I mean, we may laugh at it. Actually, he's trying to know how much is the consumption of the petrol or the diesel per kilometer. And it is in the back end of our mind, in the conscious, in the subconscious mind. You may purchase a Ferrari, but the friend will never forget, "Kitna deti hai?" Very important. What I want to mean, you may be a rich, important, influential man, may understand the value of technology, but not much compromise still you will be doing with the price. This price sensitivity has really moved the Indian ecosystem to run towards a frugal engineering. Mostly the colloquial word, the term is used as jugaad. A very high technology, something we do it in $500 in 2,000 rupees or something like that. And that is going to be the national trend everywhere. When we talk about the D2D service, D2D hand devices and all those things, whatever you are going to do. By the time you think of a business in India, these are the parameters, it should be at your back end of the mind. The market is highly, highly price sensitive. You might have seen a few months back, one of the operators increased the prices of the data or prices of the call just by a few rupees. Millions of subscribers went away to another operator. That is a sensitivity. I mean, that puts extreme pressure of the innovation, not only for the government sector or for government institution, even in the public industry, service provider. You require constant innovation to survive in the Indian ecosystem. And the last one, equally very, very important, a lesson that the ecosystem has learned. And this lesson it has learned by practice, by working over the last 30, 40 years in the telecom sector, not by any method of any rule or any other thing. That is, the one size does not fit all. Can't talk of a single technology to run the whole country. Can't talk of a single methodology to run the whole of the department. There has to be multiplicity in that. There has to be varieties in it. And here comes really, when we talk of the newer services, the opportunities to the newer services, the opportunities to the newer products, the telecom handset, everything that is going to come to the market tomorrow. Importantly, today we are addressing one of the biggest issues, and I understand this might be the challenge to every other country. That is broadband for all, because broadband has been seen as the most multifaceted innovation of the last 2 millenniums. I have no doubts, you may question out yourself, but I have no doubts that is the biggest ever innovation the humanity or this earth has got over the last 2 millennium, that is the broadband services. Now, there are 4 different projects, 4 different technologies which has been basically put by India to achieve that broadband for all. One is that which is being done under the ITU-APT project all over the country, and most of the places by the conventional technologies, optical fiber FTTH, and put broadband over the landline connection, something like that. Second one, we are working on the 4G saturation. That is a mobile technology that has been used on the 4G mode. The third one is the BharatNet Phase 3 project, where the government is committed by around 2030, 1 Gbps connectivity will be ensured to each of the panchayats in the country. And subsequently, we'll be going down to all the 6.5 lakhs villages where 1 Gbps optical fiber-based, high-quality, seamless broadband connectivity will be extended. 2030 is the period. And finally, of course, now all of us, we know there is a new entrant which is just knocking the door, is the LEO, MEO-based satellite services. And the way they are coming, which are acceptable to everybody. I mean, they are not just coming and asking the handset is going to be something different. I have seen the technology you are talking. The same handset may be utilized. You might be doing extreme innovation, R&D, but the same infrastructure you are going to use with innovation built in that. And that's what I wanted to make. The mix of technology is very, very important. All 4 or 5 technologies together, we are addressing this particular thing because we understand that 80% of the job of the Indian telecom sector or covering the entire country is over, 20% is left. But we all understand how difficult it is to get 95 if you are getting 80 marks in a particular examination. Once you are at the level of 80, you require average study. But if you want to score more than 80, for each of the number, it is exponentially higher efforts and the potential that you have to put forward. Exactly so it is the Indian market. For covering the rest 20%, we may have to put 80% of the effort that we have put all together over the last 20, 30 years. But the entry of this new technology with this new variant of the D2D or similar type of services, I do understand that 20% job now can be done faster, and we may not need even 80% of the effort to be put. Maybe it may be an easier job for us, I mean, in meeting out that broadband for all. I do understand the meeting, I mean, the topic, whatever you want to discuss is basically 2 things, the D2D. Then, of course, it gets related to the ITU. Then it comes up with the WRC 2027. And then the related thing is that Viksit Bharat and the connectivity that you want to discuss. So ITU's duty would be to give a spectrum that should be allotted and the orbit allocation. Very, very important. India has already made the preparatory committees and also made the national working study groups with the participation from industry, academia, from the government, everybody together. They will be representing the country in the upcoming WRC 2027. The department and the country as a whole will be looking forward for the best of the decisions to come to open up the new business opportunities like that, where reaching out to the public, providing broadband for all, and a seamless connectivity to each and every country, to each and every corner of the country. It becomes an easier job, not only for India, to many other countries together. This WRC, I was told 80% of the topics basically belong to satellite, and that basically shows the enormous amount of importance that ITU is giving to this particular LEO, MEO-based satellite services, and along with that, the D2D type of devices that they're going to bring in. But the most important thing now, I'll just touch and finish it over this, that the Viksit Bharat 2047, it's the latest national aspiration for all of us. All of us, we are waiting for the day to come. By the time India gets completes 100th years of its independence, we really want to become a developed nation. And for that, everybody, all department, government, citizen, academia, industry, service provider, everybody is working together in a very committed way, in a very, very committed way. I can really, sometimes it looks like that, it may not be even 2047, possibly we can achieve it even prior to that. But very importantly, there is a significant role of the telecom services over the satellite media that has been mentioned in the Viksit Bharat, the projects and plans and the policies. And I do understand that the bodies, whatever you have set up in the country, ITU-APT Foundation or the GSOA, will be looking into our Indian ecosystem and will definitely try to do your best so that satellite services as well I mean, it can come and become a good blend of technology togetherly, which will be addressing the nation together. I mean, the whole part of the nation together. See, I just want to mention here one thing. See, there is a growing understanding in the world nowadays that the next superpower of the world, it is not going to be that country which has the most of the military might or which have most the economic, right? That's what we have seen so far. The countries like USA or the erstwhile USSR, had military might and an economic might, it was the superpower of the world. But the growing understanding is that the next superpower won't be that who does only best in these two things. There is one additional paradigm now added to that, that is leading the digital technologies and empowering the citizen in the digital technologies. It's very, very important. And there actually we all require to come together and work together. Until unless you get the leadership position in the digital technologies and you educate your citizenry into the digital literacy or the digital empowerment of that, the country can never occupy a position of that glory. That glory, I mean another superpower of the country. With that, I'll be finishing over here, and my request will remain. The DOT is very open to your suggestions and discussions and all those things. Whenever you feel like that you have something very important to contribute, to deliver, or to discuss, the doors of the DOT is always welcome. Please come, talk to us, give us the best suggestion possible, and very eagerly we'll be waiting for the outcome of this workshop. We do understand that a lot of deliberations that you will be doing over the 1, 2, and the 3 days, it will be very, very helpful for the DOT and the country as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us all the opportunity to hear your worthy words of wisdom and sharing your expertise with all of us. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the inaugural session, may I have a pleasure of inviting Shri H.C. Soni, Vice President, IAFI. He is a retired senior ITS officer and worked in DOT, BSNL, MTNL, and also in the private sector after retirement. He is having deep and broad experience of 53 years in telecom, networking, and expert in regulatory and techno-commercial functions. Mr. Soni is a fellow of Institution of Engineers and a fellow of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Soni ji to deliver the vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on the dais, all my friends, seniors and colleagues. On the outset, I want to thank Mr. Chakravarti, who has on a very short notice accepted our invitation. And I won't tell what he spoke today. I just want to inform everybody that the new telecom policy 23, he is the man behind it. He is the real constructive person behind that. Incidentally, we worked together. I know him for the last 28 years. When he was in Northeast and I was also in Northeast and we were working together, I found him extraordinarily brilliant, very meticulous officer, and takes care of each and everything. And that color he has shown when he was GM Personal BSNL. And now, within a very short time, he will be taking over as member services. And I am sure that in the next 1.5 years, time which he is having at his disposal, he will make drastic changes which will be very much favorable to the department. I am thankful to Madam Isabella, Director General GSOA, who informed that the making 100% coverage, satellite will play a very important role. She told that now it is the time for NTN networks and direct to device. And there is a great opportunity for the industry also for this. She traveled a very long distance. I am thankful to her for that. I am thankful to Mr. Sanjay Agrawal. And Mr. Bhola mentioned he is IIT topper. And really, he spoke very well about the satellite leveraging the communication. And how the organization where he is working, how it is helping in the disaster recovery. And definitely he will do there lot of improvements, I am very sure, with his knowledge in the department. Because being an ITS officer, he is on deputation to Ministry of Home Affairs. And I think he will contribute maximum to that organization. My thanks goes to Mr. N.K. Bhola, Director WMO, who will be also taking over as wireless advisor March onwards. And all the inputs for the WRC 27, where the maximum things are there for the satellite, for which we are having this seminar. Lot of inputs will be given in his time. And I am very sure that he will compile all these things from the industry, academia, department, and organizations. Finally, my thanks goes to Mr. Bharat Bhatia, who is our president. And I think you know that he coined the word PPDR and ITU. He is an expert on spectrum in the country. He has worked as a global man in Motorola for the spectrum for about 20 years. After working in WPC, he is a WPC man originally. So he knows government setup, he knows industry, he is spectrum, most knowledgeable person in the country in the spectrum. And because of him, the organization is able to give the maximum contribution to the ITU. And that too, one thing is very good. He gives all the contributions through the department, not directly. However, we can give those contributions directly. So my thanks goes to Mr. Bhatia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to the end of inaugural session. On behalf of IAFI, I once again would like to thank our esteemed dignitaries for their invaluable contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's heartily applaud our honored guest present on the dais. May I request Mr. Bhatia to kindly felicitate our esteemed dignitaries with a token of appreciation, starting with thanks to our honorable chief guest, Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti, sir. Thank you very much. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Shri N.K. Bhola, sir. Thank you very much. We thank Shri Sanjay Agarwal. And many, many thanks to Ms. Isabelle Moro and Shri H.C. Soni, sir. Thank you very much. I request everybody to please come together for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break here for networking tea and coffee, I request everybody in the gathering to please come together for a group photograph so that we have everyone covered in the picture. Can we have everybody on the floor? to please join in for a group picture. May I request everyone to please come forward. Everyone on the floor, please come forward for a group picture. We request Mr. Lava, please join in. Everybody at the back, the lovely ladies there. May we request you all to please join in. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will take a break here for tea and coffee, and I request everybody to please join us back in 15 minutes' time for the wonderful workshop on direct-to-device satellite communications. Thank you so much. May I request everyone to kindly be seated? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we have a workshop on direct-to-device satellite communications. Please join your hands together and welcome the session chair, Shri Gulab Chand, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC Wing, DOT. Welcome back, sir. Please join me in welcoming the session moderator, Shri Pankaj Sharma, Partner Regulatory Consulting, EY. He brings over 3 decades of experience in the telecom and satellite industry, including roles as Country Manager and Chief Corporate Affairs Officer for Telenor India. He's an expert in corporate affairs, government public policy, and business strategy with a knack for resolving complex issues. Welcome, sir. Please join me welcoming the keynote speakers of this workshop, starting with Ms. Sonali Nanda, Deputy Director, PMAD in Space. Welcome, ma'am. She holds a B in ECE and an MBA in Finance and Systems from VIT, Vellore. She brings 15 years of expertise from Antrix Corporation Limited, the commercial arm of ISRO. Her extensive experience includes managing agreements for INSAT, GSAT, and foreign leased transponders, business development, and costing for satellite transponders. We welcome Shri MPS Alawa, Joint Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications. Welcome, sir. Previously, he was instrumental in coordinating radio frequency spectrum issues with stakeholders to shape India's stance for international bodies like ITU-R and APT. He was deeply involved in drafting regular Indian contributions to various ITU-APT meetings and participated in WRC 19 conference. His experience also includes working with Wireless Monitoring Organization. Welcome you, sir. Next we have with us Shri Jitendra Singh, Head Government Affairs, Qualcomm. Welcome, sir. He serves as a key interface with regional regulatory and policy-making agencies. With over 30 years of communications management experience, he is a prominent figure in India's ITU-R national working groups. He has significantly contributed to industry standards, particularly in advocating for and planning additional spectrum for IMT and mobile broadband, both nationally and globally. He has remained active in various industry associations and has produced influential spectrum policy papers for ITU and APT. Next, I request Ms. Mariona Pazos Rovera, Regulatory Affairs and Licensing Specialist, Americas and APAC, SATLIOT. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Rovera thrives at the intersection of innovation and regulation, guiding emerging technologies into new markets strategically and compliantly. With hands-on experience in complex licensing and regulatory frameworks across Latin America, Asia Pacific, and Europe, she translates legal requirements into actionable pathways for growth. She is driven by curiosity, global impact, and passion for helping future-forward industries thrive responsibly. Please join me in welcoming Shri T.R. Dua, Chairman, IFI. Welcome, sir. He has over 35 years of experience in the telecom sector, including product development, business development, telecom licensing, and regulatory issues. Mr. Dua has held prestigious positions as director in leading telecom companies like Bharti Airtel Limited, Sham Telecom Limited, and COAI. An engineering graduate with expertise in areas like spectrum management, joint ventures, and new product launches. We welcome Shri R.S. Singh, DDG IoT TEC. Welcome, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? I think we have just had tea, so we should all be refreshed for this session. With over 25 years of experience across various telecom domains and policy matters, he played a key role in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana during his deputation with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. He chairs the National Working Group 20 for IoT and Smart Cities, as well as the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways Task Force for Intelligent Transport Systems. We'll be virtually joined by Mr. Chris Woolford, Director of Com UK. With 25 years of experience in communications regulation, He plays a pivotal role in shaping the UK's international spectrum interests, leading their delegations to major global conferences like WRC and serving as chairman of the Electronic Communications Committee of CEPT. He has a degree in mathematics and statistics from Manchester University. I'll hand over this session to our session chair, Shri Gulabchand sir.
Thank you for your introduction, madam. Good morning to all of you, dais and on the dais. So, as you already know, it's a workshop on direct-to-device satellite communication. And I don't know, previously it was, the agenda was like we are discussing the WRC agenda items 1.11 to 1.15. So, basically all those agenda items, one of the agenda item was for direct-to-device satellite communication. And the other agenda items also somewhat kind like address the spectrum requirement of mobile satellite applications similar to direct-to-device, such as narrowband IoT and inter-satellite connectivity, connectivity from the low Earth orbiting satellites to higher orbits like GSO orbits to reduce the latency of the communication and bringing near real-time communication to the users. So I don't want to waste a lot of time myself, but to just to set the tone for the further discussion, just I want to say a few things like mobile satellite service is normally had been happening in 1 to 3 gigahertz band. And in 1 to 3 gigahertz band also there are certain portions of the spectrum which is popularly known as L and S bands, where the MSS allocations are severely limited and allocated by ITU-RR. And due to emergence of new technologies, because of the emergence of new applications because of the advancement of satellite technologies, and it's really it has become really difficult to find space for them. Like new applications are like they have to jostle their way to just find some space for themselves into the already crowded spectrum in the L and S bands. And as far as direct-to-device satellite communication is concerned, because there are no more spectrums available in the L and S band for mobile satellite applications like direct-to-device. So direct-to-device, and because of its desire to integrate with the IMT framework, so it is trying to use the same chunks of spectrum which has been allocated to the IMT usage. So it's very exciting phenomena which is going to happen, and it is like kind of while it is exciting for the users, it's challenging for the regulators, because the spectrum which is being looked at for MSS application like that D2D, that is already in the possession of mobile network operators, popularly known as MNOs. So the regulator is facing the challenge of as to how to manage the spectrum. In what way the allocation of spectrum should be given to the applications like direct-to-device. And some of the nations have already geared up and they've started work on formulating the regulations for governing the usage of mobile spectrum for the MSS. So in India also, we will have to start thinking now to as to how to govern the spectrum in a shared way between the mobile satellite service and IMT service. So without further ado, I would like to now call upon my panel of speakers one by one in the order which has been given to me. And after 1 hour, I think there is another session which is an interactive discussion on D2D and IoT, which will be moderated by Mr. Pankaj Sharma ji. He is partner regulatory consulting EY. So my job is to steer the first part of this session, which is a workshop on direct-to-device communications. I think you'd find it insightful and interesting. So first of all, may I request Ms. Sonali Nanda, Deputy Director, PMAD in space, to deliver her speech. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to the organizers, and my big congratulations for such an event. Just now I was listening that yesterday there was a great participation. So this shows where we are heading to. So this is a workshop on direct-to-device communications. So we all are here to learn. I also learned quite a lot when I was preparing for this presentation today. So I hope you gather something once the presentations are finished. So with that hope, I'll start. So direct-to-device satellite communications. This would be the flow of my presentation. I am covering all the topics what the workshop has given to us. Briefly, just to set the tone, and the other panelists will obviously say more about. So, introduction. Direct-to-device technology is actually an innovation which is addressing the connectivity challenges, particularly in remote, underserved, and unserved areas. As chairman also mentioned, that this is not a new thing, what we are listening. It was always there, the direct communication between the satellite and the satellite phones. But the satellite phones being the handheld device being non-portable and non-affordable, that's why the adoption was a bit limited. But the scene changed during 2022-23 when a normal mobile phone was having a special chip which was working in the same radio frequency on which the satellites also operate. I am talking about iPhone 14 onward series, which was having the SOS messages. So in case of distress, you could send the message on the satellite network and get some help. So that's where we got into direct-to-device using MSS spectrum. This is direct-to-device using MSS spectrum, what the special chip mobile technology did. The another kind of direct-to-device services is when the connectivity between the satellite and the unmodified mobile phone, the mobile phone which we all are having in our hands today, when these two things will be connected. There is no need for the manufacturer to do any alterations to the mobile phones, what are existing today. And this is direct-to-device in the land mobile services. So these are two kinds of spectrums what are being talked about when we say direct-to-device communications. Now three kinds of orbits, GEO, MEO, and LEO satellites. They all have different kinds of cost benefits, coverages, their own latency, their own life aspects. But the good thing is that all three kinds of birds are capable of delivering this D2D communication. A few examples will be in GSO, we have Inmarsat or Viasat, which is using the MSS spectrum and rendering these services. The other one will be Skylo, which is giving the narrow bandwidth IoT services. Already they have started their pilot projects. When we talk about LEO, the LEO has to get into a partnership with the MNOs to render these operations. Starlink, as the public domain says, in 600 satellites of their generation 2, they have the D2D transponders. And they have already shaken hands with T-Mobile, an MNO operator, and they will be starting the pilot project very soon. So Starlink, a big player, is coming into this. Another one would be Link Global. Now Link Global, they have joined hands with SES. So SES MEO constellation, Link Global LEO constellation of some 248 or 250 satellites they are talking about, put together using all the gateways and TTC facilities of SES. They are here to conquer the world. That's what they claim. AST Space Mobile is one more player in this, who has already done the partnership with A&T and in India per se with Vodafone. I think in June 2025, that is last month only, they have inked the deal wherein Vodafone wants to start D2D services in the patchy areas of the country. So that's how things are evolving. We have already spoken about the spectrum which we are talking about for the D2D kind of operations. Here, if you are talking about D2D in MSS, the regulatory framework is well in place. The L or S band, MSS in L and S band will be used. The regulatory framework in most of the countries is in place. The rules of spectrum allotment is already there, and there are some specific standards which are defined. So, it's comparatively easier, and that's why the operations are already ongoing in these kind of MSS frequency bands. Talking about D2D in LMS frequency bands, here, the satellites which will use LMS frequency, they will actually complement the terrestrial coverage. It will be like a hybrid car, you can say. Till 40 kilometer speed, it will be on battery. Beyond 40, it will go on petrol. So till such time, your device, your smartphone is within the terrestrial cellular network, it will be stick to that. Once it comes out, the satellite will take over seamlessly. So that's how the D2D in LMS will have a function. And for this seamless transition, definitely a partnership with MNO is a must. Obviously, the updated regulatory framework is to be addressed for interference management and power limitation, and that's why we all are here. So the need of the hour is to set up a robust policy, regulatory and economic frameworks by giving key consideration to spectrum allocation, interoperability, interference management,
and international coordination.
So WRC 27 agendas,
so WRC
agenda
27
which I found directly related to D2E is 1.13, and remaining 1.12, 11, 12 and 14 are indirectly related. So the 1.13 talks about MSS in IMT. The goal is to study potential new allocations within MSS to facilitate this direct connectivity, complementing the terrestrial IMT network coverage. During the Shanghai meeting, in this year only, for the working parties, the term coined in ITU for D2D kind of application is DC, that is direct connectivity, MSS IMT. So D2D is called as DC MSS IMT in ITU framework now. Agenda item 1.11, which is MSS satellite to satellite link. The goal is to consider technical and operational issues and regulatory provisions for space-to-space link between NGSO and GSO satellites in the specified frequencies. Now, this is relevant to D2D because there may be a point when the D2D communications is happening and the data is relayed from the NGSO satellites to the ground station through a GSO satellite. So 1.12 talks about low data rate MSS, wherein the possible allocations to MSS for low data rate NGSO are being studied in the specified frequency bands. The last one, 1.14, it talks about new MSS bands and how they can be used to support D2D and other satellite services. The take of India in the preliminary views of India are highlighted in the screen. So 1.13 is India supports ongoing ITU studies on new allocations of MSS, provided the new allocations do not interfere, claim protection, or impose extra constraints on the existing and future operations of incumbent services. It is also very mindful about protection of the services which are operational in the adjacent bands. Agenda number 1.11, which is MSS satellite to satellite link. The take of India is India supports ongoing ITU studies, provided it ensures the protection of existing and future operations of incumbent studies, again mindful about the adjacent frequency bands. 1.12, now MSS is extensively used for various applications within the country, and that's where it is saying that if any new narrow band NGSO is coming into picture, it should be accommodated either in the existing MSS, what is existing today, or the new bands which will be identified by AI 1.14. Agenda 1.14, again, for few frequency bands, the take of India is no change because they are extensively deployed for terrestrial IMT networks, and from 2010 to 2025 megahertz, India supports ongoing sharing and compatibility studies. Talking about next, the technology, there are two main concepts: satellite-based connectivity and device-to-device communication. So satellite-based connectivity, it allows your smartphone to talk to the satellite. It can be GSO, it can be LEO, it can be MEO. This is what a typical example is what BSNL has proven last year during the Mobile Congress, wherein they are using Inmarsat L-band MSS satellite in GSO and providing the D2D services, thus enabling mobile calls, mobile calls, messages, and UPI payments via satellite. The other one is device-to-device communication, wherein the two devices within the cellular network talk to each other without having any requirement of base station. So thus, the efficiency of the network goes up. Now, on one hand, where satellite-based connectivity, it increases the coverage. It goes beyond terrestrial network. The other one, device-to-device communication aspects, it actually increases the efficiency of that within the same cellular network by using satellites. Satellite-based connectivity requires satellite constellation and the compatible devices, while the device-to-device communication requires the cellular infrastructure and 5G and 6G technologies. Regulations, while ITU is doing its work, WRCs, the agendas are being kept up. As per the literature available, some 10 countries have already started making up their regulatory frameworks, or they have given out the consultation papers to make their regulatory framework. They are in the process. USA, so FCC was the first one which adopted the comprehensive framework to integrate the satellite-based connectivity and terrestrial network. What they have done is they have issued a supplemental coverage from space order which has identified certain frequencies that they are willing to use to expand the coverage of communication and emergency services. They have also identified some new frequencies for MSS allocation to support D2D kind of communication. In Brazil, Anatel has introduced the regulatory sandbox for D2D trials. They want to be ready before it is announced in ITU. So the operators and MNOs in Brazil are already talking to each other, and they have specified a band, and they will start the D2D trials. And what they want to do is a proof of concept so that they can study the challenges of interference and interoperabilities. In Australia, ACMA has published a consultation paper. They have also identified certain frequency bands, and they are already emphasizing the need of coexistence, and they want to address interference issues. Canada is one more country. Their innovation, science, and economic development has already completed the consultation of policy, licensing, and technical framework. They have also identified certain frequency bands, and now they are announcing their decisions so that they can call for more and more investment and competition in the sector. Saudi Arabia, they have added satellite connectivity in their 24 to 27 spectrum outlook. Zambia, just a developing country, they want to make use of this technology to connect their remote, unserved, and underserved areas. They have also given a consultation paper. So coming next to the standards, So 3GPP release 17 is the one which is fueling this, this kind of application. So what this 3GPP release 17 has done is, it has enabled full integration of satellite within 3GPP ecosystem to support future satellite networks. So this compatibility of non-terrestrial and terrestrial system has been established in this standard, and they are saying to use either N255, which is L-band, or N256, which is S-band frequencies for the D2D operations. They have also mentioned that no specialized hardware will be introduced so that it is cost effective and it has a widespread adoption among the public. The advantages are for users and the operators. Users in the way that they will have seamless global connectivity across non-terrestrial and terrestrial. One network goes down, the other will take over, so the resilience is also there. The reachability and service continuity is assured. For the operators, why they are, what advantages they will gather is that it will foster the interoperability. Having one standard globally, it will foster the interoperability, minimize the interference risks, accelerate the deployment of integrated satellite terrestrial ecosystem. Coming to market opportunities, this is from NSR. So what they say is that for the initial few years, that is till 25-26, mostly D2D will be used for emergency and messaging purposes. Not much will take up, but the ecosystem will develop at the back end. Players like Starlink, then AST and Link, their constellations will pick up. Iridium, which is as of now using only Iridium-based phones, and other GSO player like Viasat, they are looking for their way in the smartphone ecosystem, so they will pave their way. 3GPP will release standard, their release 18 will come, which will give more capabilities, and then this graph will pick up. 2028, they predict that voice will come into D2D communications, and by 2030, the data will be introduced. And then what we will unlock is a multi-billion market ahead of us. From Indian perspective, what the experts are saying is that 5% of the smartphone users will switch to D2D services. And this will give the telecos a revenue up to 10 to 15% of what they are having now. So this is the projection, what Indian perspective is all about. What is unleashing these market opportunities, this billions of USD flowing in, is one is global coverage. Obviously, it will address the direct connections and then seamless connectivity throughout. Then the critical applications of disaster response and emergency communications, D2D will act as a backstop, which is 99.99% reliable and available. And the industries such as agriculture, shipping, manufacturing, and public safety will leverage on this D2D coverage to ensure reliable communication even at the remote to remotest areas. So that is all about my presentation. We will hear from other panelists now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sonali, for your fantastic presentation. I think you covered all the aspects, like what is happening now and what is going to happen in future, what are the constellations which are already operational and which are the marriages or the integration happening between MNOs and MSS operators. And you also touched upon the economic aspects and all the frequency bands which are being used and about to be used. So it's a very, very good, informative and good presentation. Thanks to you. Now, my next speaker is from my colleague from WPC, Mr. MPS Alawa. He is Joint Wireless Advisor, and he will be speaking about WRC agenda items under for covering mobile satellite service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all the chairs and speakers on the dais and all the participants participating remotely as well as those who are present physically. So I'm also going to speak on no different topic, it's the same topic which my previous speaker has spoken. So I would like to cover all the agenda item, but looking into the time constraint, I will first go with the agenda item 1.13 and 1.14. If time permit, I will be speaking on agenda item 11, 12 also. So I think so, the slide can go quickly to the agenda item 13. Earlier I was thinking that I will go serially. Just next slide. Next. Straight way come to 13. Yes, next. Yes. So this agenda item 13 is all about to identify a frequency band which is below 2.7 gigahertz, and whatever WRC has identified the frequency band for IMT, the same band is required to be identified for the satellite communication. So as per my understanding, agenda item 1.13 is all about integration of satellite technology as well as IMT technology. It is not like that satellite will be operating and will be having the separate device. Same device we will be using. So as my previous speaker has spoken about the release 17, 3GPP release 17, it's all about the integration. But here I would like to say that our telecom service provider is the only authority who will authorize the satellite operator to share their core network. If they will allow, then only satellite can provide the services. So first they have to take the authorization from the MNOs to share their data, I mean to say the core network, 5G core network. If satellite doesn't have the information which user is serving in which area and what spectrum they are using, satellite cannot provide the services. So first part is the integration of satellite with the MNOs. So there has to be some agreement between the MNOs and satellite, then only government can go further. So this agenda item 1.13 is all about that one. I will be speaking little bit in depth. So this recommendation 1036, this is the frequency arrangement, it is already there. And in this frequency arrangement, it is very clearly mentioned that what are the uplink frequencies and what are the downlink frequencies. Apart from this one, some of the TDD frequency band is also there. And some of the issues are there in reason 3, which I have mentioned in this one, where the MSS services and the IMT services has got directional in opposite direction. That of course is a part of discussion, how to go about that one. I will skip this. Next slide. So according to the Indian scenario, few of the frequency band which is below 2.7 gigahertz is there. We have mentioned, it has been shown what are the uplink frequencies are there and what are the downlink frequencies are there. If in any case the MSS service has been identified in this band, the direction of the satellite has to be maintained the same. For example, 663 to 703, that is the first part, that is the uplink frequency. In case it get identified, then MSS has to be from the Earth to space. So this is the fundamental things. So direction indicator has to be the same as it is there in the IMT services. Next slide. Now this is a very basic network where the IMT services used to provide the services to the user equipment. There is a G node B, which has got the spectrum resources, and within the cell area it serves the user equipment. So, and this information is updated in the data network. So, in the core network, every information of every user is there. What kind of spectrum user is using, in which area, in which cell, all the details are there. So, this is the basic network. Next slide. Now, according to the agenda item 1.13, this is what we are imaging, and this is what we are going to do. So, there are two basic ways to integrate the network, which is shown with the red arrows. So, all the information, suppose there is a rural area is there and there one terrestrial services is not there. So, if any user activated or send a request and it reaches the satellite, so this satellite network will coordinate with the MNO network and will find what kind of spectrum through which they can serve the user. This is how the integration is possible, and this is only due to the release 17. So, release 17 is a baseline for integrating both the satellite as well as the MNOs. Next slide. So, there are many things as per release 17 that with the use of satellite we can achieve many things. For example, there will be an extension of the coverage. You can connect long distance, and you can also connect the Internet of Things, and it can help also in the disaster management, and it will also bring out the many applications which deal with the transportation and all. Next slide. Now, in the previous WRC, we have seen the HIPS. HIPS was one of the agenda item, and it was also similar to the agenda item 1.13, but the only difference is that here satellite is there, earlier it was a HIPS. So, during the previous WRC, some of the PFD criteria has already been decided. I think so. For this satellite also, the same PFD criteria we will be using to resolve the interference issues or border issues. So, here I would like to say that PFD criteria is more stringent when the elevation angle is lower, and as the elevation angle increases, the PFD criteria is little bit relaxed. So, it gives advantages to the satellite communication, because the beam of satellite is directly incident on the earth. So, it is roughly around 80 to 90 degrees. So, they will face less stringent PFD criteria. Next slide. This is the basic things. If you see the curve, serial number second, this is the PFD criteria developed during the previous WRC to save the IMT services from the HIPS. And I think so these same PFD criteria will remain for the satellite also. If we are serving within the nation, I don't think so there will be issues, but there will be issue when neighboring country doesn't have the satellite communication. So, in what way we are going to solve the problem, that is the issue. So, let us take an example. You have to maintain this PFD criteria, and if you are beaming toward the border, so you have to keep the beam away from the border such that in the neighboring country you can maintain the PFD criteria which is on the graph, second number. So, this is what we need to carry out the sharing studies. From the border area, we have to randomly generate some kind of scenario where the beam is at the 10 kilometer, and see in border area how much PFD PFD is there, so that we can address the interference issue to that. So as per my understanding, interference issues is only related to border. It is not related to when satellite is dealing inside the countries. Next slide. That was all about agenda item 1.13. Now I will be touching about agenda item 1.14. This is, I think so, this has been originated, proponent of this agenda item, maybe I think so from the European country only. So this is the frequency allocation table. The question mark, it is the what we require to identify the spectrum for the mobile satellite services. And in region 2, it is, if you see the graph, second rows, it is already identified in the region 2 mobile satellite Earth to space, that is uplink side. If we identified in region 1 and 2, there will be a contiguous spectrum available for MSS for the uplink direction right from 1980 to 2024. Roughly it is 45 contiguous megahertz spectrum we will get, so that it will give the flexibility to the mobile satellite services in the uplink band. And another band which is for the global, that is from 2120 up to last one is the 2200. It's a long chunk is there. If all the question mark is got updated with the MSS allocations. In the right side, we have shown that this band is also being used by the IMT services. In order to solve the problem of the IMT, we have to maintain the PFD limit, what it has been decided in the previous WRC cycle. That was related to the HIPS. Next slide. Now this I have copied from one of the source of this is Comrade. I have mentioned it the source, and this is one of the application which is already there in the document. Here what you can see that MSS services, because in European country they are providing the internet services to the people who are traveling through the air, and here we can see that both the services they are using conventionally. What, as per my experience, if any frequency allocation, if there are two services, primary services are there, either we opt for one service, we don't go for the second service. But in this particular case, same band is used by the mobile services, that is IMT, and same band is also used for the MSS services. This is one of the unique things I am seeing that European countries following. So IMT is also using the same frequency, but the direction of MSS services is the reverse way, whereas in case of MSS, the direction of the MSS service is different way. Here you can see it's a very proper integrated. The system is very proper integrated. The network, IMT cellular network is sharing the information with the satellite, and satellite is also sharing the information, so that the passenger traveling through the aircraft, they can have an internet connectivity. This is similar to agenda item 1.13. In similar fashion, I think so MNOs and this satellite network has to share the information, network information, spectrum information, all kind of information. Then only it is possible to connect device to device. Next one. This is also copied. Here you can see the same things. Mobile is connected directly to the satellite, and the same mobile is served through the terrestrial. So same device is served through the satellite, and same device is served through the terrestrial, and the band is same. 1880, that is mobile satellite services. Next slide. Now let us talk about some of the studies. Studies in the sense how much MSS terminals can be allowed in the IMT network area. This is also one of the studies presented in the ITU. So there are two different scenarios are there, and both the different scenarios give the different result. So this is just a rough idea. I will just go with the item number 1, where only one MSS service can serve, can be considered in 109 to 417 square kilometer. Only one SSS when that MSS services is operating continuously, that is 100% activity factor. If that terminal is operating intermittently, it means that only 10%, then one MSS can operate within 11 to 42 square kilometer. This is about the rural area, and you can just imagine the suburban, urban, rural, and again the criteria, if we increase to 10%, the different results are. So these are few of the studies available in the ITU, and this kind of studies will definitely give to take the decision on such matter. But still, sharing studies are still to be submitted from all the countries. So it will be.
Alavaji, pardon me, can you limit just because there are other speakers? So.
Yes, this is my last slide. Next slide. Thank you.
Well timed. My intervention was not well timed. So I'm sorry for that. So thank you for covering almost all the items, especially direct to device and sharing the result of studies. But he said like one of the issues like concerning the sharing of studies, that PFD criteria, finding a PFD limit is a problem for the neighboring country and not for the co-sharing country, like the same country where mobile IMT and mobile satellite both are being used. That is a bit baffling, a bit surprising to me. But I don't know. I would like to know from upcoming speakers and in the panel discussion also. So, and one of the problems which I see is like MSS allocations like work based upon exclusiveness basically. Like Iridium, what frequency has been given to Iridium would not be used by Inmarsat. And the new age technologies like space link and all those constellations, like if they start using all the mobile IMT frequencies through their satellites, so what happens to the latecomers, whether they would be able to operate in that environment, or the technology would develop to such a level that this kind of like artificial use of, through the use of artificial intelligence, the sharing which was still now impossible in the MSS domain would become possible going ahead in the future. If that happens, there is no problem. So now I would request my next speaker, Mr. Jitendra Singh. He is Head Government Affairs Qualcomm. He is a spectrum expert and has a widespread knowledge in the field of IMT and other systems. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Jai Hind, good afternoon. So, one of the discussions in earlier session was about some mention about NTP 2025 draft which has been floated on 23rd July. So I was going through it, and one of the important things which I noted in it was that a mention of NTN, mention of satellite, and maybe as IFI probably we need to also see if we can provide some input to that document on how NTN and D2D is going to impact GDP growth in India. So if we can bring that angle to it, because that is something which we saw in the slides by Madam, which shows that how the economy is going to grow and how market is going to adopt this going in future. So I think that is something which we can work. So I see that everything has already been covered. So let me try to cover something which is not covered. So just a basic overview of D2D technology. Basically, it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure, and basically this is going to play a crucial role in achieving ubiquitous connectivity, which is one of the objectives of many, in fact, every country now. So this is a basic understanding of how D2D technology is going to work. There are three trends which we note. One is that we have traditional mobile satellite services, that is MSS. They use their own dedicated spectrum bands, and they have their proprietary technology which they are using. Example, we have 1900 megahertz band used in China, and Global Star is having other similar satellite networks of their own satellite frequencies. Similarly, the other option or other new thing which has happened is 3GPP based NTN technology. This is upgrading the existing satellite and network infrastructure, and using the IMT spectrum in some sense to provide that 3GPP based solution of NTN. Example is OmniSpace doing 2 gigahertz NTN. Third one, the trend is to reuse the terrestrial IMT frequency and mobile network operators networks for satellite direct to cell connectivity, which we are now discussing, which we saw in both the presentations. Basically, this is to modify both current regulatory framework and also ensure that any interference issues in such a scenario is managed, and that is primarily on the regulatory front, because technology will continue to be same, which is IMT here. We have examples of SpaceX working with T-Mobile using 900 megahertz spectrum in US. So these are three different scenarios we are talking about. So we also heard about the standards activity, which is being done in 3GPP about NTN. So when release 15 was finalized, that was about EMBB. That is about 5G. We are talking about 5G. And then when we came to release 16, the expansion happened of the technology, and release 17 actually brought in an NTN as part of IMD 2020 satellite component. And as the work is progressing, now we are focusing on release 19, which is going to get finalized in month of September. That will be frozen in month of September, and then the work on release 20 will start. So that will start the work on 6G as well. So that is where this integration is going to be much more prevalent, and it will be visible, and I'm sure that it will no longer be satellite versus IMT. It will be satellite and IMT coming together and working together on these standards activities. So this is something, and it is not very far off. We are already in the current year 2025, where in September we are going to start working on this. And the interesting thing is that 3GP meeting is in India. So that is in September. So that is where we are and how we want to actually support this activity. So if you are talking of 5G NTN, there are typically two aspects to it. One is 5G NR NTN, and other is 5G IoT NTN. So we are talking of 5G. As we move forward, we start speaking of 5G Advanced also, and that further enhances the capabilities of this entire NTN network systems. When you are talking of 5G NR NTN, this is basically to provide you broadband kind of solution, connecting mobile broadband, automotive, compute, backhaul, satellite backhaul, and other such usages where bandwidth requirement is higher. Whereas if you speak of 5G IoT NTN, this is where you are using narrowband solutions, and basically it is more on personal safety equipment, sensors, and other IoT systems. And these are applicable to GEO, MEO, and LEO, all sets. Again, as we were speaking about 3GP technologies, different technologies actually evolved, and if you see different platforms, they are working at different level of altitude. Geo satellites coming down to drones, all these are at different altitudes. So you have to imagine that why it is difficult to have a setup which a single device can actually connect to all these, because if your user device or UE is transmitting for different use cases of for different altitude base stations, if you consider them as base stations, then the signal has to travel to different levels. And if it has to travel to different levels, it means there is a propagation delay, or there is a time which it will take to reach to different levels, and therefore your system has to take care of all those gaps which are there. So you cannot have a single solution which can drive all these, because how your EM waves travel, what are the different other technical issues here, how do you handle that, that becomes important. And that is what exactly happened when we started working on release 17. We were working on HAPS and UAVs, and before that we were working on terrestrial IMT. So terrestrial IMT, if you move from terrestrial IMT to, when I say terrestrial IMT, it is physically on ground, not the one terminology which we use in ITU of 20 kilometers or 50 kilometers, but here physically on ground. So from this level you go to a UAV or you go to a HAPS, which is say 20 kilometers, there will be a different requirement. Then so that release 17 took care of that, and release 18 further enhanced that standards activities. As we move forward in 60 and new release, we are now focusing on that same signal traveling and connecting to a satellite at LEO, MEO or GEO orbits, and without degrading the quality of service on your device. So someone will say that, oh, this is already happening, then why do we worry about this? So actually, if you see this graph, we can see here that there was a proprietary solution originally, and there was infrastructure and phones or devices which were dedicatedly used by satellite community or satellite communication solutions. Then 3GPP came into play. It provided 5G IoT NTN with 3GPP release 17 and 18. At same point of time, there was evolution from the proprietary folks. They brought in the new system, and one of the examples we saw about iPhone, which was discussed on getting that emergency connectivity. So that is the evolution which happened there. And then parallelly from for the 3GPP community, they have evolved further, and they are trying to have now the new system which is satellite to everything on 3GPP based solution. So it is IoT, it is audio, it is your voice, it is your data, everything coming on a single platform. So that is what we are looking at in the next set of releases of 3GPP, and working together with satellite community on this. So as I mentioned that what was the problem when we were using proprietary solutions? Why it was a different thing as compared to the mobile phones which we use? So the initial proprietary solutions were only using small data messaging with mobile phones and satellite, like what was also explained, that is only SOS signal. And whereas 3GPP standardized solution is based on IoT NTN, so it has got more standardized activity done because it is not a proprietary solution. So when we used to connect legacy mobile phones with satellite or voice data, mobile phones were given a kind of belief that, or they were tricked to believe that they are connected to a IMT station without giving them the understanding they are connecting to a satellite-based IMT station or a terrestrial IMT station. So because of that, the whatever compensation which was required on those bits which were traveling to connect to the device on the frame, those corrections were done at the satellite and not at the device. So device is transmitting as a normal device. It is not aware of how much is the distance between the UE and the device and the base station. It is understanding that base station as a terrestrial base station only. So that was the initial issue, and this actually brought in the issues with respect to Doppler effect, and this further reduced the capacity of the system. And typically, if you see the footprint of a satellite, which is say 50 kilometers, maybe the nadir is the one which is focused by the satellite system, and anything off nadir goes haywire for the device side, because the device is not aware of its location with respect to satellite. So when we when we were working in 3GPP on 5G NRNTN, all this information was now brought into the UE or the device, so that now your device also is aware of the location, its own location, and its awareness that it is now going to connect to a satellite because of the information. So when that happens, and this app was introduced in release 17, and when that happens, then device knows that how much compensation it has to do when it is transmitting to the satellite. So all that activity is done at the device level now. So that means that saying or claiming that your legacy devices will work, probably not. You will require all this activity is done in release 17, and those devices will work seamlessly. And again, some of the issues raised by Alawaji was about the spectrum, FDD spectrum, TDD spectrum. All those things will also play in this. So typically, if you see that if UE knows its own location, which UE knows because of its GPS and other information which it has, it knows that it is getting connected to satellite, and then it can actually align itself with and synchronize properly. It can pre-compensate any delay in the drift in its system, and then can get aligned with those slots of uplink without creating any larger loss as compared to the previous case where we also had inter-symbol interference. So all these things are being taken care of in the NTN activities. Pre-compensation takes care of your Doppler, especially on uplink side. So this is important thing which we should be aware of, because I keep hearing that legacy devices will work. So there will be some issues here. So that is what is important to note. So there are some benefits. I will not go into details of these benefits, but it is there are benefits. That's why it can work effectively, because there is network-based solution. Typically, when in a terrestrial network, when multiple UEs are transmitting, base station, which is on say a few kilometers, knows exactly where it is and where are the different UEs, and can place them in proper slots of the frame. But moment you have a footprint of say 50 kilometers, and in that 50 kilometers, if you are having multiple UEs spread all over and they are connecting and transmitting to the satellite, now satellite with those different distances may not be able to put them in properly in that frame. That will cause losses, and that so that is the main issue of pre-compensation, which helps in 3GPP by having this solution in 3GPP. There's all those technical details are available, but since we have limited amount of time, so I'll just skip this. Quickly run through 3 agenda items which have been discussed. So just to let you be aware of this fact that 4C is the one which is actually doing all these 3 agenda items, and working party 5D is one of the major contributors in this particular all these 3 agenda items. 1.13 is something which is very important, because this is the one which is connecting directly to device and existing mobile frequencies, and therefore it becomes sensitive to the mobile network operators, to the administrations, because this involves sensitivity check also, because you don't know how and who is connecting, where is the gateway, all those things are there. And then as frequencies were discussed, I will not go into these frequencies, but these are the frequencies in ITU or recommendation 1036, and as Alawaji mentioned, there are some issues there. How to handle, because different countries use frequency band differently, different options they use. For example, in US 700 megahertz band is a totally different band as compared to what we use in India. They are using band 13 and we are using band 28, so there are different configurations. So how do we handle that? How do we handle band N41 or band 38 or band 7, which is 2500 megahertz band? So that these are some issues which need to be discussed in both in 5D and 4C. This was also explained earlier. Band 255 and 256 are the one which are already frozen in release 17 for NTN, and the other two bands which are above 10 gigahertz, which is basically millimeter wave bands, these are also being discussed, and release 18 was the one which froze these bands. And finally, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jitendra. Big round of applause to him for bringing out finer details like Doppler shift correction and timing correction and the challenges faced by the technology when the height of the base station is changing from terrestrial to UAB to HAPS, then LEO, MEO, then presently the GSO. So how these challenges are posed to the technology and how 3GPP is continuously tackling those challenges through the advancement in technologies. And really nice, very good presentation. Thanks a lot. The last speaker is Miss Mariona Pajos Rovira, Regulatory Affairs and Licensing Specialist, Americas and APAC, Esteliot. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start thanking the IAFA and the GSOA for organizing this amazing event and for inviting Satellio to participate. My name is Mariana Pathos, and I work in the regulatory team at Satellio, a Spanish satellite operator launching a LEO constellation to provide IoT connectivity. And my presentation will be focused specifically on IoT connectivity over satellite. I don't know why, but it's not working. All right, now. Okay, can we go to the other slide? No, the previous one? Sorry. The previous one? Okay, thank you. So when talking about D2D, the conversation often evolves around connecting the remaining 3% that still has no access to internet. This is undeniably important. There are verticals like healthcare, education, critical services that of course require connectivity. But when focusing so strongly in human connectivity, we risk overlooking another fundamental part of direct-to-device, which is connecting IoT devices. Sensors, trackers, meters are essential to collect data from environments that shape our day-to-day life. So direct-to-device is not only just about connecting people, it's about empowering the digital infrastructure of the planet itself, which is something that can be done with IoT. So there are two main challenges which have stopped massive IoT deployment from being a reality. The first one is the lack of connectivity. We know that 80% of the world still has no terrestrial coverage, and IoT devices are often found precisely where no one lives. So in the middle of the ocean, in forests, in agricultural fields. And the second challenge is that even though there are existing satellite solutions that provide connectivity for IoT devices, those tend to be proprietary, which require a high investment both in the devices and the monthly subscriptions. And once you try to reach scalability, it becomes expensive and difficult to maintain. Don't get me wrong, these are good solutions for IoT, but they tend to be more beneficial for IoT use cases like critical services or other high-margin industries like oil and gas. But they tend to not be suitable, for example, for a farmer in a remote community trying to monitor its agricultural fields. So deploying IoT devices across the globe is key to move towards a more efficient and sustainable future. But massive IoT adoption requires globally affordable connectivity solutions, and this is only achievable through a standard protocol. Luckily, the 3GPP approved in June 2022 the release 17, including the 5G NTN NB-IoT protocol, which is extension of the terrestrial narrowband IoT to space. This means that standard IoT devices will be able to connect both to terrestrial networks and to satellite networks in a seamless and transparent way. So with this improvement of the 3GPP release 17, they also define the bands that are intended to be used to provide this kind of services, which are the S and the L band. So Satellite decided to bet on the standard. We are launching a LEO constellation to provide standard, seamless, and scalable IoT connectivity. We are committed to enabling global NB-IoT connectivity, and our go-to-market strategy is to partner with the local MNOs, signing standard roaming agreements with them, and act as a wholesale satellite capacity provider. So this means that with the same SIM card, the end user with a device equipped with a Release 17 module, they will be able to switch between terrestrial and satellite in a seamless and transparent way. So there are many verticals that will benefit from solutions like ours and from other IoT connectivity standard providers. So for example, agriculture, for soil moisture devices, or for weather monitoring conditions, also for monitoring the water usage of the agricultural devices. Then energy and utilities, so smart metering is a big application. Also solar panels, wind turbines, also other applications in logistics and maritime. And it's important to understand that at Satellite we have been studying the market for the past 5 years, talking to end users, to device manufacturers, and we understood that the market can be divided in 3/3. So the first third only requires to send 1 or 2 messages per day. This would include applications like agriculture or smart metering. Then there's the second third of the market, which requires to send information every 4 to 1 hour. This would include applications like some logistic applications, cattle management, livestock, and then there's the last third of the market, which requires to send information in real time. So logistic applications, maritime, and other critical use cases. It is important to understand that most of IoT applications do not require continuous connectivity, because for now, Satellite has launched 4 satellites, 4 commercial satellites, and 2 satellites in the past for test purposes. And we're going to start providing commercial services with these 4 satellites by the end of this year. This is possible because, as I mentioned, there's this first third of the market which is happy with sending 1 or 2 messages per day. With these 4 satellites that are LEO, we are already covering the whole globe, and devices will be able to send information everywhere, at least 1 or 2 times per day. So the more satellites we have, the more messages the devices will be able to send across the globe. We plan to have the full constellation deployed by 2030 with 150 satellites, which is going to be enough to provide real-time connectivity and cover all the applications that I mentioned. So I'd like to go over the key actions that would help enable this IoT deployment worldwide. So first of all is, of course, the ensuring the access to spectrum for these standardized bands, which are the S and the L band. Satellite is only focused on the S band. It is important to highlight that these services have minimum spectrum requirements, so 1 megahertz is enough, 1 megahertz uplink and downlink is enough to provide these kind of services. So to unlock innovation, it is key to encourage efficient use of spectrum, to prevent spectrum warehousing, and consider reserving small blocks within these standardized bands for IoT services. So it is essential to promote inclusive frameworks and to distinguish these kind of technologies to ensure the effective integration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for your brief and very insightful presentation. My next speaker is Mr. R.S. Singh, DDG TEC. Welcome.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon, and I thank IFI for inviting me. It's a privilege for me to be part of this panel. So, TC has also started something on satellite-based IoT, satellite, and my previous speaker, he's also part of that working group. So we have a working group there. We are studying the various aspects of satellite IoT, how the ecosystem, how we can propel the growth in the ecosystem, particularly in India. Next slide. So I'm not a spectrum guy, so probably I won't talk about WRC 27 and all that. how the typical IoT M2M works and how satellite IoT will come into the picture. That part only I will cover, and what are the challenges basically which we have to take care through regulatory means or through other means. So as we all know, like probably for any typical IoT M2M architecture, it has a sensing layer, it has a network layer, and the application layer. The sensing layer, particularly, it has all the devices which are working on various PAN and LAN technologies, now with direct to device, we will have one more addition here, that it will be directly able to communicate with the application which is residing in the cloud. Otherwise, the normal architecture is all these devices, the data from all these devices gets aggregated at the gateway, and from the gateway through various WAN technologies, one of them being satellite, it communicates with the application which is residing in the cloud. Next slide, please. So these are various challenges which normally you have gone, like connectivity. What should be the connectivity? Like what decides what type of connectivity should be there? The latency, the availability, coverage, and the cost are some of the factors which decide which type of communication technology we should have. Like satellite, for satellite, obviously such use cases where our use case requirement asks for, then we will have satellite connectivity. Standardization is one very major aspect where through which we can achieve interoperability, through which we can there can be economies of scale. There cannot be vendor specific applications there. High cost of satellite-based user terminals. This is one of the factors where I think everyone has to work, because unless the cost comes down, there won't be any widespread adoption of this technology. Battery technologies, yes, this is also one of the factor, because these IoT devices are located at very far off locations. So this battery technology has to improve so that the battery life is reasonably good. And security, especially of these devices, are very important. I will speak about these aspects in my concluding slides also, because when these devices will be connected to satellite, then security becomes all the more important. Next slide, please. So NTN technology, we have been hearing out from our other panelists also, like this emergence of NTN, especially standardized under 3GPP's release 17. It's a major achievement in this direction. This integration of this satellite communication, particularly LEO satellites, with the terrestrial 5G core network, allowing the use of such narrowband IoT and LTM over satellite links. These IoT devices are designed for both working in terrestrial network as well as when it is connected to the satellite also. NB-IoT, particularly based NTN, have enabled direct-to-device satellite communication for IoT devices that have been traditionally been used by cellular network. Deployment of NB-IoT is particularly NB-IoT offers basically the extended link budget for very low data rate access. That's why NB-IoT, I think with NB-IoT we can have direct communication with the satellites. Next slide, please. So these are the same like advantages: extend the connectivity in a scalable way, bridging the digital divide, ensuring reliable connectivity in underserved and unserved areas where terrestrial network cannot be covered, or where the terrestrial network is particularly unviable. Provides consistent connectivity even harsh weathers or geographically challenging locations where traditional network may fail, and enhances operational efficiency. Next slide, please. So for direct to satellite, we particularly for the IoT devices, I think research is also going on where LoRa technology is also integrated with the satellite technology to offer the extended coverage, the low power consumption and cost effective. Though this also needs to be examined, because the LoRa in terrestrial network also has been working quite well, and it is deployed throughout the country in various use cases. So LoRa is getting effectively integrated with the satellite technology also. This aspect also will be important for us. Next, these are various regulatory and policy initiatives of Government of India, like back in 2015 itself, we had a National Telecom M2M roadmap. Then in 2018, we had National Digital Communication Policy. These all talks about the priority areas, how satellite communication and how M2M IoT domain has to be, the growth of this domain has to be ensured. KYC guidelines for M2M SIMs, you may be aware that KYC guidelines, these M2M SIMs particularly, they have incoming and outgoing facilities with only 4 predefined numbers. And as far as IPs are concerned, they can, it is restricted to only 100 IPs they can communicate with. We have a very different numbering scheme for M2M SIMs. It's just for consumer SIM, it is 10 digit. For M2M SIM, it is 13 digit. We have adopted these M2M, one M2M standards, Release 2 and Release 3 as national standards of IoT M2M. So I would request people in this forum so that please recognize this technology, these particularly standard, 1M2M standards, because still we see that a lot of siloed and proprietary solutions is being implemented and deployed in the country. Since this 1M2M has been adopted as national standard, please deploy your IoT M2M solutions through 1M2M standards. We already have guidelines for M2M service providers and WPAN, WLAN connectivity providers. So these are the authorized entities through which 1M2M services needs to be deployed. We have also license for those LPWAN providers, LoRaWAN providers. We have a different license authorization. Next slide, please. So SATCOM, as far as SATCOM is concerned, it started in the country in 82-83 with the INSAT 1A, 1B satellites. So DOT issues licenses, authorizations for providing satellite-based communication also. Next slide, please. So these are the regulatory framework as far as satellite services is concerned in India. As on date, 4 licenses are being used for satellite services. This commercial VSAT CUG authorization under unified license, GMPCS authorization under unified license, captive VSAT CUG license, and in-flight and maritime connectivity. And particularly this commercial VSAT CUG and captive VSAT CUG is important as far as connecting IoT M2M devices is concerned. Next slide, please. So what I was saying, like commercial VSAT CUG, this license also covers that VSAT terminals can aggregate the traffic from all the M2M IoT devices of the CUG and also provide backhaul connectivity to the service providers having this license authorization. So this VSAT basically will aggregate all the data traffic from the M2M devices and it will act as a backhaul connectivity. Next slide, please. So this is also similar to that captive, the other one, commercial VSAT, only that it works in a captive mode. So this authorization also is also used for aggregating the data from the M2M devices. Next slide, please. So, I think this may be repetition also, but I would just like to say, like, these are the space-based applications which we foresee in future and today itself, where particularly terrestrial network will be very unviable or it has not reached. As in the last presentation also, we have seen 80% of the globe is still uncovered by our terrestrial network. So these like logistic and supply chain, these covers a wide area and probably the reach of terrestrial network will not be there. So this probably satellite IoT can be used, satellite IoT in this particular sector. For remote infrastructure monitoring also, continuous monitoring of infrastructure is required in hard to reach areas. So satellite IoT will be quite useful. In remote healthcare also, transmission of real-time data for rural and isolated place where terrestrial network is not there, satellite IoT will be quite useful. For transportation and fleet management, for energy, For disaster management especially, it will be very important in areas because these areas sometimes the terrestrial networks are not there. For military and defense, to facilitate secure communication, surveillance and reconnaissance. So, and in wildlife, particularly in wildlife also, it is because it's a vast area, the forest where you have to track the real-time track the animals, their health has to be monitored, their location has to be monitored for to avoid illegal poaching activities. We had received, very recently we had some talk with the forest authorities also. They wanted to use radio collar for the animals which are there, for the tigers which are there in the forest, so that they can track their location as well as their health parameters. Next slide, please. So basically, as we see, I was talking about like the present day IoT M2M deployments are basically in a very vertical manner. We have a device which is communicating with the gateway in the local PAN LAN network, and then after the gateway we have the communication network which can be mobile, fixed, power line, and satellite also. To send this data to the business application which is residing in the cloud. Totally, we have a very vertical structure. Next slide, please. So the issue with this siloed deployment is interoperability due to this non-standard proprietary implementation. Normally, this interoperability of devices and applications are not there. Data sharing becomes very difficult. There is a vendor lock-in. In all these applications are deployed. It is controlled by a single vendor. Security, again, cannot be ensured. Like we always require this device security, authentication, communication security, data security, privacy, lawful interception. These are very important, and it cannot be ensured in a proprietary-based solutions. Next slide, please. So as we I've told, like TC has already adopted this 1M2M Release 2 and Release 3 specifications as national standards in 2020 and 22 itself. The important benefits are these standards ensures interoperability of devices and application, authentication and authorization of devices, and data security and privacy. So, it's very important that we deploy our 1M2M based solutions only through 1M2M standards. Next slide, please. So what really happens? Just step next. Yeah. So particularly what happens in 1M2M that we have vertical solutions like smart health, it's just for example, these are working vertically. So what 1M2M does is one common service layer, middleware is inserted in between so that all data abstraction is done in the common service layer, and the devices which are deployed can send data to multiple applications, can feed data to multiple applications. In siloed way, that device will be feeding data to only one application, but now it can feed data to multiple applications. Apart from this, it can ensure security and privacy, everything. So, and it has also interworking with 3GPP as well as V2X. So, and this 1M2M standards has been basically developed from a consortium of 7 SDOs, HC being the lead, and these efforts was just to see the worldwide that these 1M2M solutions are deployed in a standard way. Next slide, please. So TC, we have already been working in various aspects, and we have already released 23 technical reports. Kindly have a look at these reports, and 7 of our reports are already hosted in ITU website also as a very resourceful material. Next slide, please.
Mr. Singh, how much time?
Yeah, I'm just concluding, sir. Next slide, please. I will just skip few of the slide. Yes. Next slide, please. So, like, what are the steps which can be taken for boosting the satellite? Like, we have enhanced the scope of license to enable satellite-based M2M IoT devices. As I said, that commercial CUG and captive CUT, it can aggregate the traffic from M2M IoT devices. VSAT terminals may be used to aggregate the traffic. M2M IoT devices used in any architecture, including direct to satellite or in aggregator mode, shall not be treated as VSAT. That those devices will not be treated as VSAT for the purpose of levy of license fee. So next slide, please. Every constellation possesses some vulnerabilities. Just we have tried to elaborate that in LEO satellites, with their low latency and frequent handovers between satellites, they are highly susceptible for spoofing attacks. MEO satellite, primarily responsible for navigation and timing, they are also sensitive to interference and signal disruption. Geo satellites, with their persistent and wide coverage, are at risk of signal spillover and transborder misuse. Especially, we should have a mechanism to detect a rogue IoT device if it is there, and how to intercept it. Next slide, please. So, unavailability of real-time geolocation enforcement is important. So, our security objective whenever we go further in this direction and this satellite IoT. So, our security objectives must include like enforcing geofencing policies, detection and neutralizing unauthorized spoofed IoT nodes, because all VSAT terminals or bigger terminals, they can be detected. These data are already with ISRO, with the DOT. But what about small devices or small IoT devices? So there should be some mechanism for detecting and neutralizing unauthorized spoofed IoT nodes, preventing signal intrusion from adjacent regions, and regulating cross-border satellite connectivity. Next slide, please. So we already have a mechanism of mandatory testing and certification of telecommunication equipment. We have ERs for IoT gateway, feedback device, tracking device. So we are also thinking in line with the developments which are happening, that for non-terrestrial NTN devices also we will be preparing that ER, and certainly those stakeholders, we will certainly take consultation from all the stakeholders also. Next slide, please. So, as I was saying that we, TC, we have already started a discussion on this satellite-based IoT solution. We have a working group already framed, and I think already 4 or 5 meetings has already happened. We are studying on IoT-based standards, specifications, guidelines, international best practices, and what are the global regulatory framework, and which framework will particularly be suitable for India. So those of the members who are interested in contributing, please contact me so that you can also contribute in this working group. And that's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for sharing your detailed knowledge about IoT and M2M and the efforts being made by TEC in making the effort is the use of IoT and various licensing regimes of DOT, which is in place for regulating the satellite licensing. Thanks for your presentation. And the last speaker in this session is online speaker. It's a special presentation, a view from Europe on D2D. Mr. Chris Ulford, Director Ofcom UK, role of satellite IoT. Mr. Ulford, are you online? Can you hear me?
Hopefully so. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
for the
we are
introduction.
receiving you. Yeah, thank you. Welcome. You can start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person, but I think this is a really timely conference, given the innovation, the interest, the levels of investments that we've seen in the satellite sector generally over recent years. And D2D and all the various flavors of D2D are one of the most exciting areas, I think, of satellite innovation. I'm very aware that there's developments on D2D in various parts of the world at the moment. I mean, we've seen a number of countries, including the US, Canada, Australia, develop or start to develop frameworks to enable D2D. From a European perspective, which is what I'm going to sort of focus on what we're doing in Europe and in the UK, we're very keen to ensure that consumers and businesses in the UK can benefit from the opportunities that D2D offers. But I think it's worth saying from the outset that Europe is slightly different to some of those countries that have already enabled D2D. I mean, if you look at geographies like Canada and the US, these are huge countries with large geographic areas. Europe, on the other hand, is made up of lots of smaller countries with many borders, and that rather complicates things. It's also, I think, worth noting at the starting point that within Europe, although some may disagree with this, but mobile coverage, terrestrial mobile coverage, is actually pretty good. That's not to say it couldn't be a lot better, and we'll come on to that. But, I mean, in the UK, for example, around about 95% of the geographic area of the UK is already covered by at least one mobile terrestrial network operator. But that does mean that there are still not spots out there. There's still areas where there's coverage, no coverage at all, or a number of areas where there's coverage not by all the mobile operators. So there's plenty of opportunities for better coverage. Lots of interest in particular for things like emergency services communication, but also just more general messaging and staying in contact. Voice services, we've seen a first call within Europe from using D2D, which was done from Wales on the Vodafone AST network. And then beyond that, interest too in whether or not data services and even getting towards close to a broadband type service might ultimately be able to be provided by D2D type applications. The other big sort of talking point around D2D is always around resilience and backup, which is something that's not to be underestimated in terms of its importance. So there's lots of interest in Europe on D2D, and I'm going to talk in a moment about what's happening in Europe and then what's happening in the UK. But before doing that, I just wanted to sort of also just touch on the WRC, and I know that's been picked up by one or two of the previous speakers. But we do obviously have agenda items that are very relevant to this area, not least 113 on the agenda of WRC 27, which is specifically looking at D2D in IMT bands. And from a European perspective, I mean, we're very supportive of efforts there to try and develop an international framework around D2D. That said, that work is clearly at an early stage at the moment, and we will obviously evolve that European position as we get closer to the WRC. In terms of the other MSS agenda items, I mean, there's 112 looking at the low data rate applications. You've just been hearing about satellite IoT, and then 114 as well. And I think one of the interesting things about the three MSS agenda items is the overlap of bands that appears in more than one of the agenda items. And I think where we're getting to in Europe, as I say, it is early days, but we do think that 112 and 113 are probably the more appropriate agenda items for studying the bands, and that they're actually the better way of doing this rather than through 114, where there is some duplication of effort. So we will be focusing, I think, within Europe more on 112 and 113 as the agenda items for WRC. So I said I'd talk a little bit about what's going on in Europe and then briefly about what's going on in the UK. In Europe, the Radio Spectrum Policy Group, so this is an advisory body to the European Union, published an opinion on D2D last month. Now, I should set out I'll be clear from the outset, that the UK is not part of the RSPG. We are no longer part of the European Union. We used to be members, but not anymore. So we have not been involved from a UK perspective in the development of this opinion, but we have been sort of very interested in terms of what it says. And this identified various developments under the D2D umbrella, and in particular identified sort of 4 different types of service. And that includes D2D in MSS bands, D2D in IMT bands, and then 2 variants of D2D, which is really around sort of IoT type applications, and that includes IoT applications in SRD bands, that's satellite SRD, and also IoT in more traditional MSS bands. In terms of, I mean, just taking those forward a little bit, I mean, in terms of the D2D in MSS bands, which is the sort of traditional MSS type application, I mean, the finding from the RSPG there was that there's very little further that needs to be done. There's already frameworks in place at an international level. There's nothing that needs to be done further at European level, and it's therefore for individual countries to work out appropriate authorization regimes. I think the one that's sort of been the main focus of attention for the RSPG and for many others is around the D2D in the IMT bands. And I mean, the starting point there was recognition that the services that are currently licensed in Europe in mobile bands or in the IMT bands are primarily for terrestrial use only. So this is mobile licenses which are primarily only for terrestrial use. And that there are challenges in terms of enabling D2D or satellite operations in those IMT bands. But this could be potentially be done as part of a variation to the mobile licenses. But in order to do that, it would be necessary to come up with technical criteria to ensure the protection of existing ECS services, so electronic communication services, mobile networks, and other radio services from D2D operations. And the RSPG recommends that that technical work needs to be undertaken. It proposed the development of a mandate to the CPT. So it suggested that the European Commission should develop a mandate and send that to CPT to undertake the technical work. That is currently in progress. So the European Commission is drafting a mandate, and I would expect further discussion in the autumn when hopefully that mandate will be agreed by the EU member states and then sent across to the CPT, who will undertake then the technical work. That will then be sent back once that technical work is completed, and then could potentially form the basis for amendments to the EC decisions, European Union decisions that cover essentially mobile use across the EU. So that's the sort of the model that's there in Europe. In terms of where we are in the UK, we are also pursuing lots of interest in D2D, and we want to enable that in terms of thinking about how we could provide better connectivity, including in those coverage not spots, and also, as I mentioned before, around resilience and backup. We published a consultation in March of this year. I think the starting point there really for this consultation, which as I say is around D2D in IMT bands, is that we would like to enable such services, but it was fairly clear to us that such services can only be provided by satellite operators where they're in partnership with a mobile network operator that's already licensed in the UK. As I say, this is around D2D in the IMT bands, but that does require a partnership between the satellite operator and the mobile operator that's licensed to use those bands in the UK. And I think there are sort of 2 main aspects of the consultation that I just wanted to flag here. I mean, the first is around the authorization approach, and this is something that's sort of quite complex, because we are looking at quite a new approach to authorization for enabling D2D in IMT bands. And we identified 3 different approaches that could potentially be used. The first would be to simply license exempt the user terminals, and this would be the least onerous of all the options, but it does raise concerns as to whether or not it would give us as the regulator sufficient levers to deal with any interference issues that may arise. The second option would be a variation to the mobile network operator's license. Now, we do appreciate that the mobile network operator is not operating the satellite network, but as mentioned earlier, we would require that there would be a relationship, some sort of contract between the satellite operator and the mobile network operator. So an amendment to the mobile network operator would give us some leverage over also the satellite operator. And then the third option would be a new licensing regime, which would actually capture that sort of license both the satellite operator directly and the mobile network operator. What we say in the consultation is that we think all three methods actually have their merits and could potentially work, but we do think that option 2, i.e. an amendment to the mobile network operator's license, appears to us the most favourable. We have got a number of responses to the consultation on this point, and we're currently considering those in terms of taking that forward. But that did seem to us, that amendment to the mobile network operator's license seemed to be the most appropriate at this stage, but we are still considering that. The other aspect that we looked at was around coexistence issues. And it's, as I mentioned earlier, when I was talking about the RSPG, it's the same in the UK, that we would need to ensure that the direct-to-device network, the D2D network, does not cause interference into existing spectrum users, either in the band, the mobile operators, or radio services in adjacent bands. And certainly from a UK perspective, we also want to give assurance to our neighbours, particularly bordering countries, that we would not cause any interference into mobile networks operating in our neighbouring countries. What we've said there in terms of how we might be able to do that is we've set out various technical criteria in the bands under consideration, and this is mainly FDD bands, but also some SDL bands between 700 and 2.6 700 megahertz and 2.6 gigahertz. We've identified the bands at which we think D2D would most likely be of interest to be deployed, and set out technical parameters through PFD limits in terms of what sort of power limits might be, what would be required in order to ensure there would not be harmful interference. So that's the basis of what we've done. Very final thing I was just going to say is that from a UK perspective, we've indicated we'd like to have the framework in place by around about the end of this year, beginning of next year, in order to enable services. The one sort of big proviso there that I did want to make is that we are also monitoring, obviously, the work that's going on in Europe, and also the work that's going on in the WRC, particularly under Agenda Item 113. And we have been clear that if something different, or if there's any variations in terms of what comes out from the WRC at the end of 2027, then we would expect to align our framework in the UK as that develops with any international agreements, so that we want to ensure that the UK stays aligned with international developments. Hopefully that's given you a bit of a flavour of where we are in the UK and in Europe. Thank you once again for the opportunity here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chris Wolford, for giving us invaluable insights into what the RPSG is doing and how you are planning to deal with the integration of direct-to-device and land-based IMT services. And you are already deliberating on the challenges and what could be the possible models to regulate these kind of usages. I think we can learn from you, and it would be helpful in formulating our own policies and standards here in this country. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thanks a lot. Now we come to the end of this first part of the session. Now we'll be entering into the second part of the session, which is interactive discussion on D2D and IoT, and it will be steered by Shri Pankaj Sharma, Partner Regulatory Consulting EY. I think after that Q&A. Okay, he will take Q&A and all that. So over to you, Mr. Pankaj Sharma. Thanks a lot. Thanks, audience.
Thank you. Thank you, Gulab Chand ji. Bharat ji, before I start, how much time we can take, because it looks like we are standing between the audience and the lunch at the time. 30 minutes? Yeah? Okay. All right, guys. It's preferred to do a session, in a pre-lunch session. Post-lunch it can be a little bit more challenging, so maybe we'll just continue. Sorry? Want to do a presentation? You want to? No, if you want to do a presentation, you can just do it. Then we can start. But just take 5 minutes. No. If you want to do a presentation, do a short one. Huh? You can start with them. Okay. Maybe. Okay. Let me just set the context first in terms of what we are discussing. I think we had a very detailed presentations in terms of what D2D is. I mean, that's a session we had in the morning, and then obviously a lot of presentations by the the specialists in the first half of this session. So let's look at the challenges, I think, which also came out of the various presentations which just happened. I mean, we have lots and lots of terrestrial coverage, but still there are 2.6 billion people, which lack a very reliable internet access. A lot of speakers spoke about the disaster management, emergency management. These are the times when the satellite networks are really required to be in service, because terrestrial networks sometimes they get damaged, or they have other kind of challenges and all that. And also for the IoT devices happening on the in the remote locations, terrestrial networks are not available, and there are a lot of applications. One of the speakers just spoke about that what kind of applications are there, and where this can be used. Now, one good thing which actually came out of the session is that technology is already here. We have seen a lot of trials which have already been happening between the MNOs and the SATCOM operators. So this is not something we will say that we have to invent the technology. The technology is already there. But as always happens in case of SATCOM operations, the regulatory part becomes very, very challenging. Something that we will really discuss. There is a collaboration that is required at the global level, and not only that. I mean, we have seen in India that even when we want to steer out things, it becomes a little challenging. We have taken a lot of time as far as setting out the satellite spectrum allocation and all those areas concerned. So this is one part which is very challenging. Spectrum part that I already spoke about, and I think speakers also spoke about the technological challenges, the interference part which is going to be there when we are using the mobile devices with omnidirectional antennas and all that. Then how those challenges have to be taken out. So with all this, let me just start then with yourself, Mr. Dua. You want to speak about the presentation, and also maybe you can also talk about what are the market opportunities which are there, as far as this. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to my fellow panelists and my colleagues of the dais. Lately, I think we've seen series of such events based on the satellite which have been there. And IIFI, I think this is a unique event. This is the second time we had, which addresses very specific issues, which is related to the spectrum itself. Due to the paucity of time, I will just quickly walk you through, although there may be a slight repetition which I will try and skip. What are the ecosystem that we have? What is going to be the technology evolution, use cases, policy landscape, global trend? Now, I was just going through the EU Space Act. Next slide. As per the EU Space Act, I would like that the importance of the space, importance of the satellite. The 21st century will be the century of space and the century of new frontiers. Further, during my presentation, I will be using now word SAT IoT, rather satellite IoT. SAT IoT steps in as the enabler of connecting without borders. It is the connective issue that it extends IoT services to every nook and corner of the earth, regardless of the geography or the infrastructure. Next, red one. The satellite Internet of Things ecosystem is emerging as a key. No, back. Yeah, okay, yeah. These ecosystem. Previous one. Go first. Ecosystem. Previous slides. Go back. Start. Start में जाओ ना. Start. No. Either. Yeah, that's right. The satellite Internet of Things ecosystem is emerging as a key enabler of the global connectivity and real-time decision making, especially in the regions having the reach of the terrestrial system by leveraging satellite links. Sat IoT extends digital infrastructure to oceans, mountains. Next. Now there is technology evolution of the satellite IoT system is that is phase 1 is the legacy satellite M2M solution. Early SAT IoT systems supported basic machine-to-machine M2M language. Phase 2 was emergence of the LEO with companies like OneWeb, Iridium, SpaceX, launching cost-effective LEO satellite constellation satellites involved to offer faster, affordable, and near global connectivity. In the phase 3, integration with 5G non-terrestrial network, which have been talked about it. The current developments, the modern trends include satellite miniaturization, for example, CubeSats, the integration of edge AI to reduce uplink, and the development of the ultra-low power terminals. Next. I won't go into the detail of the use cases. Satellite IoT brings transformative use cases, for example, agriculture. Farmers in remote regions benefit from IoT connected sensors that measure soil, moisture, logistic and asset tracking, disaster management, defense and border security system, and utilities and infrastructure monitoring like pipeline integrity, offshore energy solution, and remote substation. Next. Policy landscape, I think my colleague R.S. Singh had elaborated quite a bit, but just for the sake of repetition, the recent policy scape, or what is the landscape, is GMPCS, Global Mobile Personal Communication by Satellite. This licensing framework regulates the provision of the mobile communication services via satellite. In space, the Indian satellite-based provision of Earth Station Equipment Scheme, SECAS, Simplified Earth Station Class Licensing Scheme, the new Space Policy 2023, this policy fosters private sector participation and innovation in satellite. ISRO's in-space and private space players like Pixel, Dhruva, and many other startups. Next. Now I'll just quickly walk through the global trend ESG and SDG. SAT IoT is gaining momentum globally, aligning closely with sustainability and governance, environment, social and governance. Environmental, SAT IoT system monitors environmental parameters. Social, they enable telemedicine, distance learning, sustainable development goals, SDG 9, that is enhancing resilient and infrastructure and promoting innovation. SDG 11, making cities inclusive, safe and sustainable. SDG 13, addressing climate change and the global investment landscape. Public and private sector globally are investing in the SAT IoT. Next. I'll just say the key challenges, although they have been highlighted. I'll quickly just walk you through this. Spectrum management, cost constraints, the high initial cost for satellite terminals, latency and bandwidth limitation, cost constraints, latency and bandwidth limitation, just repeated. Cyber security and data security, my colleague R.S. Singh deliberated quite in detail. System integration, integrating satellite networks with terrestrial. Awareness and skill gaps, which is very important. I think what you need is, today we have 266 startups, they need to fill up that skill gap. That is upskilling, which is required for this. Next. I'll just say, what is the thought leadership inside today? SAT IoT is not just about connectivity. It is about visibility, predictability, sustainability. It's a nervous system for the planet. SAT IoT supports interoperability, sustainability, and resilience. Now, closing vision that I just want to leave it with my colleague is, in the 20th century, we connected cities. In 21st, we connected people. And the next decade, we will be connecting everything. This space will be the fabric. Next. In terms of the Honorable Prime Minister vision, space sector as a resource for the progress of common man, which is very important. India is introducing pioneering space reforms, which will provide an opportunity for both industry and academia. Next. While concluding this, satellite IoT is revolutionizing how we connect and manage systems across inaccessible regions. India is enabling regulatory environment through schemes like GMPCS, in-space, CSCAS position is as a key player in the global SAT IoT. Globally, the role of SAT IoT in achieving ESG objective and sustainability development goal is being increasingly recognized. With collaborative policy, investment, innovation, SAT IoT is set to drive inclusive growth, environmental stewardship, and technological resilience of the system. Next. Thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, as far as the market is concerned, they already said that you have got almost 44 billion market available. And Sonali, I think, brought out what is for the IoT, close to $6 billion is the market opportunity which exists. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Devaji. All right, let's start with the next set of questions. So I think in the panel, we have a regulator view from the in-space, we have a DOT view, and we also have, TEC view, and we also have, IoT view from Mariona, from Satellite. So let me first start with the regulator view, Sonali, with you. I think in your presentation, you gave a very good analogy of a hybrid car, that there is a terrestrial and then there's an NTN part and how you can really do it. And then you also spoke about that there are 10 countries where already some sort of a work is happening and all that. So as a regulator, what would be your view for India as far as D2D space is concerned, and how would you?
Yeah, thank you. So, in space, being the space regulator, we know this is coming, but the ecosystem has to evolve yet. It's more of a talk than things going on ground, I should say. The first thing is, let's start with, if you are an operator and you are coming up with D2D kind of communication in MSS. MSS means you need L and S band in India. Now, Indian, whatever L and S band India has, it is not for the commercial operations as of now. So, what will happen? Will you get it? Will not you get it? We don't know. So, that is first challenge. If at all you get it, then you will be able to reach, you as in the satellite operator who has got the allotment on S and L band in India, you will be able to reach to the end user directly. Then the telecos have a concern. I see a concern in the telecos if you are going to reach and giving them the D2D services directly. Now, second thought is, if as an operator you plan to start your operations in LMS, that is land mobile. Now you have to gel with IMT, the existing operations. So you need to be partnering with an MNO. That's a mandate. That's a must, not a mandate, that's a must. Otherwise you won't be able to roll out. So as a satellite operator, you will be only the connectivity provider. You will not be able to reach to the end user. It will always be the MNO who is going to reach to the end user, and you are only providing an extended connectivity to this MNO. If you want to jump across, then either you need to have some spectrum arrangements with the MNO, or you also have to bid for the terrestrial band, which is very expensive. So are the satellite operators ready to take up the terrestrial bandwidth also? We don't know. So these are some major challenges which I can think of, and I really don't know how this application will phase in as per the Indian perspective. But yes, InSpace is here to support. We want this application to touch India as soon as it can. But in my opinion, it is going as an agenda in WRC 27. I think one more WRC will happen, then some framework will evolve. And I see it coming only after maybe 5 to 6 years. So let's see. But we are hopeful. We welcome you if you have any other thoughts. We are here to help. We will support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonali. Mr. Alawa, let me come to you now. I mean, one thing which is very specifically coming out as far as this technology is concerned, that it cannot succeed without a proper cooperation between the SATCOM operators and MNOs. I mean, it cannot happen. For this technology to succeed, that is absolutely must in going at what Sonali was also referring to. So what would be DOT's vision as far as D2D satellite communication is concerned, and how are you preparing for, first is how are you preparing for the spectrum coordination licensing part, and second is would you be willing to nudge the MNOs to walk on this route? I mean, if you want to answer that second part, otherwise you can just answer the first part.
To your question, actually, I can give my thought, but I really don't have the answer. What I can say is that this WRC 27 is a totally satellite kind of agenda item. So definitely they are bringing certain kind of application which is very much useful, and it is going to be fruitful to the publics in terms of IoT, because they are coming with they wanted to have the spectrum in that part. The challenges over here is that whatever the data will be used by Indian user shall not go outside the India from the security point of view. So security aspect in framing the satellite policy will be a crucial thing, because everything to the regulator framing the policy and considering the security part become a very much challenges, because all the data shall not go out of your country. You required to have your gateway in India itself, and server here itself. That data should remain over here. So any kind of, this is one of the aspect. And if you talk about the agenda item 1.13, it's complementing services. They will support from the backside. They are not going to serve the Delhi. They are not going to serve the Calcutta. They are going to serve the remote area where it is not possible for the terrestrial service to provide the services. This is just a complementing service. So definitely we require to take advantage of such kind of services and give the benefit to those people who are exploring the remote location, and those who are staying remote in the mountains. I've seen the northeast. I've seen, if you go to the Cherrapunji area, you will see a lot of small towns reflecting how they are getting, how to connect all those people. Terrestrial people will not go. Still, we have got villages which are on the mountain. They are not connected. So we require to take the help of the satellite technologies, and security aspect definitely we need to discuss and frame the policies.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think there is a way to go as far as the framing of regulations and that part is concerned. Now, from the industry side, Mariona, let me come to you. And since we are talking about cooperation between the SATCOM operators, LEO constellation operators, and MNOs, I mean, your service is one which is only going to reach once you have that cooperation. And you have been talking to various MNOs in various countries. So you do have a global experience around it. Could you share, how your talks are progressing? Are you able to sign agreements as far as the operators are concerned? And then if you could also cover on the services side, that on the affordability side, that how your services, how you're able to convince to the operators that how affordable your services are and how it will benefit both sides, not only the MNOs but also the industry and the people.
All right. All right. So I will try to keep it as brief as possible. On the MNO side, so Satelliot is registered as an operator, as a standard operator. So we do have our own core, and we sign standard roaming agreements with the telecom operators, and we just integrate our core with the operator's core, and it's just a standard roaming agreement as the terrestrial operators would do. And yeah, we have been in discussions with several operators here in India. We actually have a roaming agreement already signed, of course waiting for the licensing part to be a reality eventually. And on the affordability side, so for traditional satellite approaches for IoT, we could be speaking about devices that would be anywhere from $50 to $1,000, and then monthly subscriptions that can go anywhere from $30 per month to $100 per month. And with Satelliot, we're speaking about standard devices, so the modules would be from $5 to $10, and we're talking about monthly subscriptions that would be around $2 per month per device. And of course, willing to adapt these prices to every market, understanding the market needs. So yeah, the proposal is really affordable compared to what is already available.
Thank you, Mariana. So, Mr. Singh, let me come to you. And I mean, your presentation was quite detailed in terms of, what TEC is doing in terms of IoT and all that. One is you spoke about this one M2M standards. If you could just talk a little bit more about, I mean, is it coming now? Everybody has to adopt. That was one part of it. Second part was on the testing side. You also spoke about MTCT testing and all that, and we will have a huge set of new mobile handsets coming up, which will also have this, satellite side, right? So is there a way to shorten the testing life cycle, something that TEC is thinking of? I mean, this is general industry view that, testing takes a little bit longer time than required. So if you could cover both sides, the standard as well as the testing life cycle, how do we take care of both?
Thank you. So, first I will talk about the 1M2M standards. Why it is important? See, it's not coming up. It was these 1M2M standards were already release 2 and release 3 was adopted in 2020 and 22. So it's way back there. You will always see that these deployments, basically IoT M2M deployments, they are still going on a proprietary way. They are very in a siloed manner. They are being deployed. So finally, what happens that it becomes vendor lock-in is there, and there, if you want to scale it or you want to add some more applications on it, it's become very difficult. We have very live examples, many you all may be knowing. So such examples are there. So particularly if we start with a very standards-based deployment, such problems will never come. At least the interoperability part, even the security, because these devices, basically, it's, if you say the security part is very important, we have to think twice about it, because these small things, it's not only giving you the data, it can work as an actuator also. So it becomes, you need to be doubly sure about the security and privacy of the thing. And as far as privacy is concerned, when health, all the wearables and all these are all privacy data with codes. So we need to be more careful about the privacy also. That's why deployment, it's a government, it has already been adopted as national standard. So through this forum also, I will request that please deploy, but though it takes time, please deploy your solutions, IoT M2M solutions, in a 1M2M standard-based solution. And the other question was testing and certification. You already know we have a mandatory testing and certification system wherein all telecommunication equipment, including end devices also, it falls under mandatory testing and certification if it is to be used in India, either imported or manufactured in India. So even we have some IoT devices also, we have ER, we call it essential requirements. This contains basically the basic essential testing parameters through which this testing is conducted. And I don't know, I'm not very aware of it that the testing time takes very long, because these are only the essential parameters. And as far as testing is concerned, this testing is conducted by the testing labs basically. So probably I don't know why it takes time, because as far as certification, based on these testing results, TC issues the certification. So I'm not sure. We are looking into it, but I don't think the time is so unreasonable in that case. And if there is some specific case, it can always be drawn.
Okay, thank you. Now before I open to Q&A, since I have so many esteemed people from DOT as well as from InSpace, and there is a general industry concern, and I very rarely get to ask such questions. So I thought I'll take this advantage today. I mean, generally, if we see in general authorization that we any, even for a terrestrial authorization, if you're going to Department of Telecom, it takes around 120 days, 150 days kind of a time period. Now, obviously, SATCOM is more complicated in terms of. So generally, we have seen, because one has to go to InSpace, and then one has to go to DOT. There is an IMC. So the overall time period. Suppose as a industry player, if I want to global player, I want to come to India, or if I'm a startup in India, I want to launch services in India. I would imagine that 12 to 18 months will pass because of the various complexities involved. I mean, it's not to anybody's fault, but there are complexities involved. How can we shorten this life cycle of, from start to end? So Sonali, you want to give some view that, how, well, I mean, we speak about single window, but, in spite of single window and IMC and all that, we feel that, the timelines are still, because of security concerns and all that, are still very long. Is there something can be done to shorten the life cycle?
Okay, so you have taken my words, single window. Okay, so just to apprise the audience here, there is one more try which we are going to make. It is interdepartmental single window interface, where InSpace is going to lead this. So the concept is that after being a single window for all departments involved, the authorization and the licensing part will be through InSpace, because InSpace is going to lead it. But obviously this mechanism will take its own time, because WPC, their Saral Sanchar is an established thing, the Broadcast Seva is an established thing, and now coming up for InSpace and doing all this. Maybe InSpace will do on its own website, or we will take cognizance of national single window system. We don't know. So still, the talks are going on. But on the other aspect, that why it takes so much of time. Before getting deputed in InSpace, I was with Antrix Corporation. It is the commercial arm of ISRO. So that time we used to think about government missionaries differently, because we were not coordinating with them, we were not talking to them. But after coming to InSpace, I was very fortunate. I got into an IMC, SCIMC of InSpace, wherein we coordinate with the MHA, MEA, WPC, DOT, MIB, Department of Space, on a day-to-day basis for all sorts of authorizations. And after starting that work, I really appreciate the kind of effort that government puts in behind each and every aspect of application. See, from a commercial operation, it's an application that person wants to enter into the market, makes money, sell their services, and etc. So it's all about commercial thing. But from a government perspective, the security, the political clearances, export-import regulations, what is coming from where, each and every minute details, how this SCIMC does their task, I am really appreciative of it. And I can assure that not even one day is wasted when we say that we are sitting on that file and not working anything. Because if I am not doing anything, then some other department has to give me inputs. And that other department is already on the job. The procedures are laid down, and the procedures take time. And trust me, there is nothing which you can, delete. We will not do this, but we will issue the authorization. No. Nobody will take that call, because ultimately it's about the nation, and nation is first. So we are trying to reduce this time, but rest be assured, no time is wasted when applications are submitted to the government departments. That's my view, typically my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonali. Wonderful answer, and I think we can really close with this. Anything else you would like to comment further on what Sonali has said in terms of?
No, I can share my thought only. It is a very difficult question. It's not so easy to answer it. What I can say, satellite itself is a complicated when you wanted to deal with the interference issues. If you talk about the terrestrial, and if you emit anything, it hardly goes 10 kilometer, 20 kilometer. That is within your control. But if satellite move, it crosses the countries. If any operator cause interference to other country, now whom to help? The neighboring country will say, I got the interference because of your operator. Solve the problem. Whom to get? To the government or to the operator? So now, in document what to write, so that I can catch the operator and says, now it is you have to solve the problem. How to go about that? It becomes very difficult question. Now, these kind of things solution has to come from the operator itself, in the sense that what they are telling it is understandable to our level, technically, security-wise, server-wise, everything. So in order to assure that part, each government will have their own questions, though I know there are various departments are there, and every department has got its own function. There is no overlapping of the function. WPC deals with the spectrum and interference issues. Security people will deal with the security aspect. So because the satellite keep on traveling from the one country to another, it is not only India, it is challenging to India, it is globally issue.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So that's it from the panel. Any questions? And I can hand over back to Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pungis. Thank you for excellent conduct of the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, sir. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the panel members on the dais and Mr. Chris Woolford, who is virtually with us. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Mr. Gulabchand, sir, to kindly felicitate our panel members with a memento. We thank Ms. Sonali Nanda, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today and sharing the wonderful viewpoints and your presentation with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just quickly going to wrap up and will not take you away from lunch break. Thank you so much, Mr. MPS Alava. Thank you for joining us, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Mr. Jitendra Singh, sir. I think he's around. We thank Ms. Mariona Pazos Rovera. Thank you, ma'am. We thank Mr. T.R. Dua. Thank you, sir. We'll exchange for that. Change. Can we change it? Change कर दें. कौन सा? जितेंद्र सर अभी नहीं है, उनके अलावा बाकी चेंज कर दो. We thank Mr. R.S. Singh. Thank you, sir. And last but not the least, our session moderator, Mr. Pankaj Sharma. Thank you so much, sir, for moderating the session so wonderfully. I request Bharat sir to please join us on the dais for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is laid out at the back side of the hall. I request everyone to kindly proceed for the same and join us back in the second half. Like half an hour time, I think we only have for lunch. So I request everybody to quickly head and join us back for the next session. Thank you so much.
पूरा खाना यार। हो सकता है भिजवा देंगे तो ऑफिस भिजवा देंगे। नहीं तो वो चलते हुए उसमें उतर गए थे। वैसे अगर कुछ होगा तो आज से आदत करना। आई नहीं। इतना कुछ वैसे बड़ा हुआ नहीं। इनका भी आपस में चलता रहता है, ये बताते हैं और आपको नहीं बताते यार। जबकि आपको मेरा आपको बताना चाहिए, हमें बताया ना बताया डजंट मैटर। सारे ही हैं ना ये तो सारे पेपर हैं नहीं हो जाएगा ना
ब्लैक मार्कर है ब्लैक चाहिए अरे मार्क देख चाहिए
मैं वो भेज रही हूँ बायो
हाँ
ठीक है
हाँ
और 5 मिनट का अनाउंस कर
और
दो
इनको
5 मिनट का अनाउंस कर दो
ठीक इनको ब्लैंक जाएगा
क्या
ट्रॉफी ये मोमेंटो
हाँ ब्लैंक वाला दे दो देखो ना पूरी हरी है ना हाँ
बट मैंने ऐसे लिखा मैं क्या करूँगी बस यही पहले check requesting everyone to kindly be seated as we are about to begin in 5 minutes time. Everyone in the dining area, requesting you all to kindly be seated as we are about to begin in 5 minutes time.
लेकर आ रही है वो वोटर वाले को मिला बाद अभी इतना ही लिखती हूँ। अभी टाइम है ना, तो कैसे लिखूँ? वही कर रही हूँ। एक पेन इतनी मुश्किल से दिया है और दूसरी तरफ तो अभी लिखा भी नहीं है। हैं? लगा दूँ क्या? वही तो बनाया, वही तो है ये।
कौन सी सेकंड सीट पे बिठा रहे हैं उनको? क्या हुआ? Requesting everyone to kindly be seated as we're about to begin. I'm just going to call. You. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Usually the sessions post-lunch are heavy on the heads, but I promise you all that this one is going to be really thrilling for everybody. This session is on Viksit Bharat, leveraging satellite technologies and applications. I'm delighted to invite our next set of panel on stage. Please give a warm round of applause and welcome our session chair, Shri Arun Agarwal, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications. Welcome once again, sir. Please welcome our keynote speakers for this session, Shri Mukesh Kumar, DDG Radio TEC. Welcome, sir. Mr. Kumar is an ITS officer with more than 29 years of comprehensive experience in the diverse activities of telecom sector. His career has spanned the critical areas of policy planning, development, maintenance, and migration to new technologies, including working experience in standardization, spectrum management, regulatory policy, and international negotiations. We welcome Shri H. Rayappa, Director, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO Headquarter, Government of India. Mr. Rayappa will be joining us shortly. Please welcome Sri Hari, Deputy Director, Directorate of Coordination, Police Wireless, working since 15 years in police communications, covering both terrestrial and satellite, currently looking after Polnet network and training of police communications personnel. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Prabhat Dikshit, DDG SMC, Department of Telecommunications. Welcome you, sir. Shri Dikshit has a rich telecom experience of more than 26 years. He has served in different setups of Government of India, covering varied domains like optical transmission, mobile networks, validation and certification of telecom equipment, satellite communication. Please welcome Shri Utpal Bhaumik, India B2B Business Lead, Amazon Cooper. Welcome, sir. He is a visionary sales leader with over 22 years of experience. He has an impressive track record of driving revenue growth, excelling in enterprise sales, and expanding market presence across the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and Asia. He is skilled in large-scale deal negotiations and building high-performance teams. Welcome, Mr. Rayappa. So please join us on the stage. Mr. Rayappa, Director, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO Headquarters, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. He is instrumental in frequency management, SATCOM applications, ground segment, capacity management, and SATCOM planning. His significant contributions include the planning and realization of gateways for high-throughput satellites and playing a key role in the rollout and operations of SATCOM networks for vital societal applications like telemedicine, teleeducation, and disaster management. A recipient of 2 ISRO Team Excellence Awards and the IETE-RS Kanpur Gold Medal. We'll be joined by Sri Ashok Shankar Pandey, Group General Manager, Information Technology and Chief Information Security Officer, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited in 15 minutes. With over 28 years of experience, Sri Pandey excels in telecommunication, information technology, cyber security, project management, public policy and regulation. He is proficient in the design, implementation and operation of secure telecom and ITIS networks, ensuring business continuity and disaster recovery. I would request everybody please put your hands together for all our delegates on the stage, and I hand over the session to our session chair, Mr. Arun Agarwal. Sir, over to you.
PPT upload करो, PPT upload करो. Okay.
Namaskar. I again thank IAFI for inviting me and organizing a session on Viksit Bharat, Developed India, which is a very, very important, or rather I should say the most important topic, because it encompasses everything that India desires or India aims. However, this session is limited to SATCOM technology for Viksit Bharat or a developed India. So I will just set the context, and then our esteemed panelists will make their presentation, followed by a panel discussion. So we are on our journey of development, and in 2047, India wants to become a Viksit Bharat through a historic transformation. So the vision, this represents that what we have done over the last 7 decades in India in development, that includes education, health, science, communication, everything. Now, what is the vision? What does it mean? So it encompasses economic advancement, sustainability, social inclusion, national security, and then India also aspires to be a global leader. So, in other words, we can say that India wants to provide the services to its citizens, all those services that are available to the 1.4 billion citizens of the developed countries. In 2015, United Nations adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and India is also a signatory and a party to these development goals. So these development goals include everything from removal of poverty to education to health to marine life to everything, equality, everything is there. And without a good connectivity or telecom connectivity, none of these goals can be achieved universally. So a good connectivity, digital inclusion is a prerequisite for achieving any or all these goals. Now, Mahatma Gandhi's famous saying is that whenever any decision is to be taken and we are in a doubt, we should think how it will benefit the last man in the queue. So when we envisage the Viksit Bharat, then we can think that no person should be deprived of social and economic facilities and goods. Even though they are located anywhere in the country, they may be in the remotest village of the country, it doesn't matter. They should also get the same facility, the same type of education, health, benefit, communication. That is the basic reason. But how it is possible? It is possible when we have a comprehensive set of technologies which can provide through digital system, through e-governance, e-learning, and all sorts of e-initiatives. Now, SATCOM connectivity, we find that it is something that is a prerequisite for all such activities like disaster relief and rescue management, for fleet management, ecology, pollution, sustainable development. Without good connectivity, it will not be possible to provide the services which can reach everybody to the remotest person, to the person located in the remotest area of the country. Now, in this journey of Viksit Bharat, on the one side, India will get developed, and on the other side, telecom, or rather I should say, SATCOM will also become state of the art. So it will be a virtuous circle. Viksit Bharat, it will be facilitated through SATCOM when we are talking of providing coverage to the person located in far-flung areas. And in this journey, new technological initiatives, innovations will also be there in satellite technology. Another point is that right now, we say that SATCOM is a complementary technology. But I feel that by 2047, when India becomes a Viksit Bharat, SATCOM should also become streamlined. It should become a mainstream technology, just like mobile has become the mainstream and the main technology during the last 25 years. There was a time when mobile technology was limited to a few elite persons, but now it has become a technology of the poor. So I envision that by the time India turns a Viksit Bharat, SATCOM should also become the technology that is available and affordable to everyone. And now I conclude my this short context setting, and I invite the panelists to make their presentation after. So first, I invite Shri Mukesh Kumar, who is a DDG in TEC, and he is looking after radio and satellite technology in Telecom Engineering Center.
A very good afternoon and namaskar to all of you. my esteemed dignitaries here and present in online, and my respected co-panelists here on the dais. So I am very thankful to ITU-APT Foundation of India, who invited me to express my mind and thought on this very important topic of public and government control, government concern. So I will be trying to give a kind of perspective of 2047, when we will be celebrating our 100 years of independence. So how do we envision our country at that point of time? How would like our society to be there? So keeping that in mind, we'll see that how we can plan today. So we would like to have a country having society in a harmonious spirit. They are technologically advanced and culturally inclusive. Plus psychologically we should feel secure. So we will be seeing how the satellite technology can enable all those things. So let us see how actually all the whatever government will be taking care, or whatever way the technology get advanced, it has its fulfillment only when it reaches to the last person of the society, what Mahatma Gandhi said, what you are telling, sir. So if we start from village, suppose we are staying in villages, after retirement we want to have a kind of a place where it is peaceful, but at the same point of time it is advanced, and we are having a kind of good facility to take care of us. So if the last remotest villages of our country is having the modern infrastructure, so it means that we have done our work. The technology has achieved what it aspires to be. So the digital infrastructure, let us see that if we are in 2047, so how would the digital infrastructure would be? So every villages must be equipped with a high-speed internet connection, which will enable access to government services, and whatever digital payment is required is a basic requirement which will be available if we ensure that the remotest village has the internet connectivity. The second thing is that the village should have the optimized services, satellite-based resources mapping, ensuring that there is efficient distribution of water, electricity, and essential services. At the same point of time, the community development aspect should also be there, whereby the remote monitoring system track development metrics in real time and allow for targeted intervention whenever and wherever it is required. Second aspect is the agriculture part, feeding the nation. So precision agriculture is important aspect which will be enabled by development in the satellite communication technologies. So what does it mean by precision agriculture, which will be enabled by communication technology? The first part is the real-time crop monitoring from space. There is a precision irrigation based on moisture data, then early pest and disease detection, and the yield forecasting with 99% accuracy. If we are able to do these things, then we expect that productivity will be increased by 300% while reducing the water usage by 60% and chemical usage by input by 50%. And the most important part is the education. So now we can anticipate that with the development in our technology enabled by satellite communication, the education will be without boundaries, where satellite classroom will be there, and the live interaction classes beamed to the most remote location and connecting students with top educators globally. So if we are able to do that, we will be doing a great service to the nation. The villages will be having the knowledge repository, whereby kind of unlimited educational resources will be available locally, and it will be cached locally and can be updated via satellite connectivity, and it can be utilized even in the offline condition also. Then immersive learning we can think of to have access by every villagers, every students in the villages. So virtual reality field trials and simulation delivered via satellite broadband, it will bringing a kind of experiential learning to all the persons available there. So disaster response is a very important aspect. I think our person from DCPW will be dealing in detail, but this is an important aspect which is why satellite communication is so important, that when a normal communication fails during the time of disaster, it is a kind of backup connection, and it helps the citizen and the responders in a very effective manner. So we anticipate that while we celebrate our 100th year of independence, we will be having an early warning system with 99.9% accuracy, a kind of real-time monitoring of natural disasters wherever it is occurring. Then emergency communication, what we told that it will work even when the conventional network gets disrupted during that time. And by that time, we will be having a kind of AI-powered damage assessment within minutes. So, and then precise coordination of rescue and relief operations. So that is very much important for all the bodies and agencies who are involved in this disaster relief. For any country, the defense and surveillance is very much important, and satellite communication will be adding a kind of extra layer to the country defense system. So be it a border security or maritime protection, or even secure communication, when with the development of quantum communication, we expect that in coming years there will be a quantum encrypted satellite links which will be ensuring impenetrable defense communication, so that at least in the defense sector, our quantum communication gets due importance, and it will be able to secure the critical communication among the defense personnel. Similarly, when in the kind of war, a coordinated response is required. So integrated command control using satellite data for coordinated multi-agency operation, the satellite technology will be very, very useful. So what we have seen that in the nutshell, what SATCOM will be providing is the ubiquitous and reliable connectivity, which will be secure and affordable. So quantum encryption protection will be ensuring the security, and if we are able to bring cost down by say 0.5% or 1% of personal monthly income, so it will be a kind of achievement for industry and government alike, so that each person can afford the affordable internet connection. The whatever satellite technology we will be having, if we are able to achieve the self-reliance and sustainability, it will be a kind of hallmark for we government and industry body. So so if we start, let's see that if we are able to provide those kind of services, how we can achieve those goals, and so the overall what we are trying to achieve, that will be catalyzing innovation and social prosperity. So we expect that a lot of innovation hub will be created. India will be fostering the regional leadership, extending connectivity solution to neighboring countries, promoting regional stability and shared prosperity. Similarly, social well-being, that education, healthcare and governance will be transformed through satellite communication and application that promote equity and ultimately happiness to the every citizen. So if we see that we have started a humble start in 1975 with Aryabhat put into orbit, and then in 2000 we put a lot of INSAT and GSAT communication satellite, putting India in the front of the space communication, space satellite communication. We expect that we will be putting our high throughput communication satellite by 2027, and by 2035 a quantum secured satellite network covering entire South Asian region. We hope that India will be able to do that. And by 2047, we will be having a comprehensive LEO, MEO, and GEO kind of satellite ecosystem supporting maybe 10 billion devices, whether it is a normal communication devices or IoT devices. So our journey from humble beginning to technological leadership spans decade of effort, innovation, and strategic planning. So what are the steps which needs to be taken? What we will be taking to achieve those by 2047? So first thing is that we will be having a kind of supporting innovation ecosystem. So for that, we require a kind of technological and financial support to the startups. We need to have some space technology innovation fund, maybe of value of say 25,000 crore if we can carve out, or more. Dedicated satellite testing facilities is required to be present in the country, which can be open to private sector. If we can create, and it is very much required also to have a regulatory sandbox for space-focused R&D investment, so that our investor and our startup, they can have a kind of experiment in those sandboxes. Then if government can provide a tax incentive to space-focused R&D initiative, it will be very useful if you want to really attain a much higher position in satellite communication. We can also have a special economic zone for space technology manufacturing. So other important aspect is that we need to build a capacity, capability, and institution regarding satellite communication. So academic excellence is prerequisite, because without academic excellence, we cannot do anything significant. So we can establish maybe a number is a ballpark figure, 7 dedicated space technology university across India with industry integrated curriculum. This is very important that curriculum is practical and industry need based. We should have research centers specialized in focusing on different aspects of satellite technology. Testing infrastructure is very much important. If you want to have a indigenous manufacturing or anything significant research and innovation, then we need to have testing infrastructure available in the country. Presently, it is minimal. So we need to focus on that. It will require both public and private entities, investment from both the side. Launch capability improvement is another aspect which we need to focus on. So multiple launch sites with rapid deployment capabilities for communication and other satellite is required. And then talent development, whereby specialized training program we organize, producing about 50,000 satellite technology experts in a year. And whatever we are discussing, so it all requires a kind of indigenous manufacturing ecosystem here. So if we are able to promote that, we can create a lot of jobs, maybe 5 million jobs, and then annual output from domestic manufacturing of satellite technology, we can generate 75,000 crore rupees. We aim to have 95% reliance in 95% percentage of satellite component manufactured within India. When we manufacture anything in India, it should be having the 95% kind of indigenous component. That is what we aim. Let's see that what we can achieve, but this is what we should aim for. And it is good to have a lot of manufacturing hubs, maybe 250 plus number. So if we are going forward in that direction, an important part is having international collaboration, strategic partnership with like-minded nations. So a kind of joint satellite mission with maybe 15 plus countries. A technology exchange program with advanced space agencies. Then shared ground station network across maybe say 25 to 30 countries. Then regional satellite navigation consortium, and then disaster monitoring network covering Indo-Pacific region. So if we are able to, we need to have that. We need to have that for having a kind of our regional leadership, as well as promoting indigenous manufacturing in India. So that was the broad framework what we should do to be there. So let's see that what could be the specific work which is required to be done. So one is the payload development. So advanced materials, enhanced capacity, robust security, and extended lifespan, these are the things which we need to focus on payload development aspect. Then material innovation and design revolution, so lightweight composite, 50% weight reduction using carbon nanotubes and refined enhanced structures. We need to focus on energy efficiency, then miniaturization and modular architecture. We also need to see that how we enhance our global export potential, both in products, facilities, as well as solutions. So that we can target a kind of 1 lakh crore export in annual basis. Then important part is that we need to put a lot of investment in research and development. So the important area related to the satellite communication is quantum communication, then AI-enabled operation and inter-satellite links. These are the three aspects where we need to focus among others. So anything is possible only when there is a public-private partnership where government support is available to the private initiatives. So government vision is very much important, which will be setting a strategic direction and providing enabling policy framework. Private innovation bringing agility, efficiency, and market-driven solutions. Academic research developing breakthrough technologies and skilled workforce. And community adoption is very important, which ensures technology addresses real societal needs. So how we can engineer that? So these are the basic steps. So we need to have first clear vision, strategic planning, then integrated approach, then collaborative partnership and continuous innovation and feedback from the last mile user. And all that is to be backed with institutional synergy for inclusive growth. So research body will be informing policy making body what is to be done, industry will be implementing solutions, and communities will be providing feedback that what is required at grassroots level. So this is what I wanted to share, that this is what we dream, and according to our dream, according to our future, we will be focusing and synergizing our present action. So when we start taking the steps, the dream becomes nearer. So whatever we are dreaming for 2047, we may be able to reach earlier. So I am sure that all of you are the partner to the development. So I call upon you, everyone, to join the mission and make the India Viksit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mukesh Kumarji, for covering a wide canvas, for covering various issues related to now I invite Shri H. Rayappaji, Director, SATCOM PO, for making his presentation.
Good afternoon, Namaskar. I think post-lunch it will be a difficult job to keep everyone draw everyone's attention. I must thank Mr. Mukesh Kumar. He has thrown many things, touched upon many things which are required towards the in this direction towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. I'll be touching upon leveraging satellite technologies and applications from the ISRO's perspective and the programs which we have undertaken and where we are going to. I think the given time of 7 minutes, I'll try to finish my presentation within that. So coming to the new space ecosystem, till 2020, it was fully, entire slide, you would have seen only ISRO logo, rockets and satellites. Now you will see different names of different agencies, ISRO with 13 major centers and units, 22,000 employees, and around 1.6 billion annual budget. And NSIL is a company under DOS. It's a commercial. It functions as also a commercial arm of ISRO to monetize some of the technologies and solutions developed by ISRO with the government funding. It also functions as an space company to find solutions, bring the commercial solutions to meet the demands from different domains. And operational satellite and launch vehicles are made available to NSIL to monetize and use. And launch vehicle production through industry, NSIL can independently work to develop launch vehicles and also technology transfer. In space, I think I don't have to give any introduction to in space. We have been talking since yesterday. And with in space coming in picture with the space sector reforms, so we see there's a lot of change around 450 plus MSMEs and 50 plus large companies, 200 plus startups have jumped into this space domain. These are all the things. After the space sector reforms, we all know that government announced Indian Space Policy 2023 and already guidelines to implement the space policies out. Subsequent to that, DOT, MIB, all regulations have been aligned to match with this new policy. Okay. From the ISRO's activities, we see mainly different verticals, space applications, where both communication, navigation, and remote sensing applications, we see more than 250 applications in the areas of disaster management, resource mapping, societal communication, location-based services. And space infrastructure, we have about 24 Earth observation satellites, 18 communication operational satellites, 9 navigation satellites, and 5 space science satellites. And space transportation, we have PSLV, GSLV, launch vehicle Mark III, and small satellite launch vehicle. All the 4 are operational. And human space flight, ISRO is working on ambitious Gaganyaan program. It is planned with 2 unmanned missions. Now it is updated with 3 unmanned missions and 1 manned mission. And capacity building, again, human and infrastructure capacity building, international cooperation. We have a cooperation with nearly 60 plus countries, and capacity building with even other countries on cooperation basis as well as commercial basis. Firstly, I would like to touch upon, because the topic goes leveraging the space technology and applications. Some of the applications are Earth observation. From space, Earth observation can meet to a lot of inputs to the lot of governance, disaster risk reduction, sustainable development. The remote sensing data can be used in the various areas like water source assessment, potential fishing zone, renewable energy, weather and forecasting, and from the communication, telemedicine, teleeducation, and natural resource management, and of course position and navigation services. Using all these things, we see that already there are many programs undertaken by government, like PMKSY, that is Matsya Yojana, Narega. So there are so many things, decentralized planning, Amrut, the smart city planning, etc. This again feed into the flood and cyclone management, landslide forecasting, forest fires, drought prediction and mitigation, and multi-scale national databases. Of course, not only the satellite remote sensing data, which comes from different sensors and different cameras, not only in the panchromatic, this one also multi-spectral and hyperspectral bands. This feed into again particularly from the disaster management side, the hazard assessment and zonation, also identifying the vulnerable areas and mitigating and post-disaster management rehabilitation. These are all the various things. And coming to sustainable development, particularly already agricultural, currently it is an operational system which is working, which helps in acreage of cropping and crop yield forecasting, and surveillance advisories for different pest-related, irrigation-related, advisory on sowing, and digital technologies for informed decision making. These are all the things. And the energy also, there are, the remote sensing data is used for particularly the assessment, potential, planning the solar power parks, and geospatially energy map. And coming to water, National Hydrology program, so monitoring the reassessment of the water basin, construction of dams, construction of canals. And coming to natural resources, again, land use and land cover, forest mapping, whether forest is deforestation assessment, wetland assessment, and desertification. These are all there are, as I told you, there are 250 plus applications which the satellite is feeding into that. Again, these things, the satellite data is also providing inputs to the governance. For example, managing the crop insurance. Crop insurance, the satellite data is effectively used to make an assessment of how much it is damaged. In fact, the high resolution data helps to get down to the map to the land holdings of the farmers, so that really the benefit reaches to the affected people. Similarly, urban transportation plannings and monitoring the public benefit schemes like rural employment under the NREGA schemes, where the actual work carried out is assessed using the satellite things. So there are various types of applications. Because paucity of time, I would like to skip that. Similarly, disaster risk reduction, I have told it feeds into the hazard and forecasting, inundation damage in case of floods, hazard and early warning and damages in case of landslide, and earthquake precursors and damage. Of course, still there are works happening. It is still yet to mature. And cyclone, we have an excellent network to manage the cyclone, giving the early warnings and during the cyclone and post cyclone assessment and rehabilitations. And forest fire, again, there are methods to give the early warning about the potential areas of forest fires. Coming to satellite communications, there are a host of applications which already it has been touched upon. And VSAT is one of the enterprise VSAT which has been supporting all various applications like enterprise and banking, fuel companies, stock exchanges, corporates, CUGs, closed user group networks, cellular backhaul, and then IFMC services, and government networks, and even the strategic requirements, rural connectivity, and some of the societal applications. Broadcasting, we know that. In-flight is the one the area which is recently picking up. A lot of capacity is being taken by service provider for that. And broadband, under the BharatNet program, we are using the high throughput satellite to connect the 5,000 plus gram panchayats under the BharatNet program. Coming to some of the societal networks, the satellite is used for satellite-based search and rescue. It's very, very effective in the helping the ships and people who are in sea or in deep sea. When they get into the distress, the satellite-based search and rescue managed through the guidelines of cost per asset is very effective in saving the lives. And on similar lines, we have developed an indigenous solution called distress alert terminal. The principle is same. Of course, it's an indigenous solution operating on a different frequency, and of course, a very cost-effective solution which is given to fishermen. So whenever they get into sea, so they are able to use this. And telemedicine has been running for almost past 20 years, of course, in the border areas and very remote areas. Teleeducation, 200 plus educational channels are started for under one class, one channel scheme. And data relay transponder, which is used for collecting in situ data for the purpose of weather forecasting. And there are 10 plus applications like snow and avalanche monitoring, water level monitoring, and radiation monitoring, tsunami monitoring. There are so many applications used under that. And the recent addition is the real-time train tracking system, which is used for real-time tracking of trains, which helps in effective improving the operations of the time and also giving real-time feedback about the arrival departure of the trains. It has really improved. And similarly, a vessel communication for the fishing vessel, which go deeper into the bigger vessels for their safety and security of the systems. So if we see that, so far we have been talking about the traditional applications. Of course, the emerging applications like Internet of Things, consumer broadband is the one which is yet to happen in India, and minutes M2M is the one which is expected to do a significant change in the industry and business. Of course, mobility is the one thing, direct-to-device is the one thing. And 5G backhauling and broadcasting, of course, satellite communication. The data rate requirements are very significant there. It is going to play a big role. And future things like augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse are the things which will have a lot of demand for the satellite communication. While addressing all these societal applications, combining satellite navigation, satellite communication, and remote sensing, there are also science missions undertaken by ISRO, which gives into a lot of study about the space environment, studying sun, studying the different stars. We have the ExpoSat, AstroSat. I also undertaken, you know, that Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, and also we are working on the human space. If you look towards future, we are focusing on having the Gaganyaan mission. The first 3 initial trial missions are going to happen in next 1 or 2 years. The first one, unmanned mission is likely to happen end of this year. Parallelly, the Chandrayaan series is going to continue with the technologies of robotics, docking, sample return. And Gaganyaan is expected to culminate into a space station, which will give an opportunity for conducting various in-orbit services. Finally, ending up with a vision to make an Indian land on the moon surface. Though the mission objective is to make this, in parallel, it will give rise to a lot of indigenous technologies, capabilities in terms that will help in managing space debris and having so many future capabilities. I think with this, there's a lot of potential to have the benefits of space technology and application. My 2 slides of space sector reforms and advantage, I think that has been talked about enough. I would like to skip at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rayappa sir, for providing details of various space initiatives. And by the time India becomes a developed country in 2047, we will have our first Indian who will be able to land on the moon. We will be having our own space station. So there will be many great initiatives that would have been taken by then. Now I invite Shri Hari, Deputy Director, DCPW, for making his presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today we'll discuss few issues related to leveraging of satellite communication technology for public safety and disaster management. The moment we hear Viksit Bharat, developed India, the path to Viksit Bharat is enabled by public safety. So only when you feel secure and the public also feels secure, only then you will be able to envision Viksit Bharat. So for ensuring public safety, we have to empower our public safety and disaster management agencies with better communication systems. So this will help us move towards Viksit Bharat. So I am speaking from the perspective of police communications as well as disaster management communications. So we use a large number of communication systems, both wired and wireless communication systems, for public safety purposes, out of which satellite communication is also one of them. So the moment you hear about police wireless or police communication, this is the first thing that comes to the mind of everyone. And police wireless communication has largely been dependent upon terrestrial communications with HF, VHF and other such communication systems. But it has its own limitations. To complement that thing, satellite communication is one technology which will help us fill in all the gaps in between. The main requirement of a public safety communication system is its availability. It should be available throughout 24/7. It should be secure. In relation to police wireless communication system, especially wireless, we follow a thumb rule, जो हवा में है वो हवा में है. It is not secure. So unless you implement separate security systems, we don't consider it as a secure communication system. And it should also be user friendly because it will be used by all the field level personnel like constables and sub inspectors. And it should be cost effective because we have to implement it on a very large scale. And it should be a standalone system, so where the control of the entire network rests with the concerned organization itself. And mission critical communication means it should work in all types of situations, even when all other communication systems fail. So as DCPW, we operate a satellite-based communication network called PoleNet. It is a very large communication network, and I think in terms of the number of terminals, it is the largest captive VSAT network in India with more than 1,000 terminals and with another 1,000 terminals in the pipeline. So, and we operate on C-band, and we are present throughout India, right from Ladakh to Lakshadweep. So this has helped police organizations improve their communications and enhance their operational capabilities. I will not go into the network configuration details that has already been covered in the earlier slides. So we have both static terminals and as well as portable terminals. The static terminals have enabled communication even in those areas where other means of communications are not available, especially in remote areas and forest areas, hilly areas, and some remote locations of the northeast also. So the picture that you are seeing, it is a portable SATCOM terminal which we are using, and this is one location which deep inside the jungles of Naxal affected areas. So from that particular location, we are able to have data, voice and video conferencing facility because of satellite communication. Otherwise, before this terminal was installed, having a proper communication link from deep inside the jungles with the command and control center was very difficult because VHF doesn't have that kind of reach, and HF communication, it depends on lots of factors, and it gives very low data rate also. So, but with the use of this particular portable flyaway terminals, many security organizations have been able to take up very good operations, and they have been very successful in those operations because of these communication systems. So now we are planning to expand this communication system to include more types of communication system like vehicle mounted VSATs, because especially in a law and order situation, the moment you have a big law and order situation or agitation going on, the first thing that happens is the internet is switched off. The moment internet is switched off, the police are dependent only on their wireless system for communication, and there is no broadband access in the field. So this is one system, since it's a dedicated network for police organizations. Having a portable terminal there in that particular location helps in achieving broadband access to the control room, and they can access all the other CCTNS and all other applications also in the field itself. This is one type of system which we are also implementing shortly, where we'll have a portable VSAT system integrated with other types of police communication systems like wireless sets and PSTN connectivity and other things, which will enhance the operational capabilities of police organizations. Now, apart from this, we are also trying to induct communication on the move terminals like this self-aligning antennas and electronically steered array antennas, so which will help us in improving our operational capabilities. And also nowadays, you have seen the recent security incident, the drone communication is, drones are used for a large part of security exercises. So their communications is again very important, and their satellite communication also comes into play. Another important aspects of public safety communications is mobile satellite services. This we have discussed in some sessions yesterday also. So, and this type of mobile satellite services help public safety personnel to enhance their communication even in very remote areas. These types of terminals help them in carrying them very easily in all the locations. And now we are also trying to integrate satellite communication networks with other networks for like point-to-point communication radios, so to increase the communication range. For example, there is a disaster in a location, the other communication systems are down, we go and set up our portable satellite communication system, and to increase the range of our communication in the local setup there, we integrate them with point-to-point radios, with which we will be able to enhance the disaster management capabilities, because the moment you hear of a disaster, it has a few hours of, which is called as golden hour, when you will be able to rescue maximum number of people. So during that particular point of time, having a proper communication system is of utmost importance. We are also trying to integrate this with other software-defined radios, other terrestrial communication networks also, which will enhance our operational capabilities. This is another type of network, 4G network in a box solution, which is being adopted across the country now. So this helps us in setting up a 4G network, a private 4G network in any location, and using VSAT connective backhaul, we can connect it to our command and control center and have proper full broadband connectivity at all locations, especially in operational areas. So the trend of many police organizations is also moving towards a mobile communication vehicle, which has different types of communication systems integrated. This picture is of Gujarat Police, where they have developed this sort of vehicle. It has satellite communication systems as well as terrestrial communication systems, with which they will be able to take this vehicle anywhere and set up their own communication system. It's a self-sustained system. And also from the user perspective, since we are a VSAT license holder also, and we are very grateful to DOT for some of the reforms that have been undertaken in the satellite communications area, which has helped us also in reducing our regulatory compliance burden. And we are very thankful to DOT and also to ISRO, who have always provided us with technological guidance. And another example which I would like to quote here is that in the recent disasters that we have seen in Himachal Pradesh, especially, where during rains, many of the roads are washed away, and we even face a situation where because of the heavy rain, the power was cut off in that entire area. Telecom infrastructure is as it is. There is no damage to telecom infrastructure. But because there is no power supply, the telecom infrastructure is unable to function. The diesel stock that is available with the genset have been consumed. All the fuel stations are empty. The fuel tankers are unable to reach the place because the roads have been washed away. So this is another type of disaster where infrastructure is intact, but we are unable to have communication. But even in those places, our Polnet terminals, which are operated by Himachal Pradesh Police, they were installed in such safe locations, and they had sufficient other power backup system. So during the entire duration, there was no break in police communications, and they were able to have a proper communication with all the districts and even in very remote localities, because of which the disaster management and helping the people in distress was very useful for them, and the number of casualties were also reduced because of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srihari, for making his presentation and covering various technology and equipment which are used for by DCPW for police communication. Now I invite Mr. Prabhat Dikshit, DDG SMC, for making his presentation.
So a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, all eminent delegates. It's an afternoon session, sleepy session type of thing. So I don't have a presentation. So this topic was given to me that leveraging satellite technologies and applications for telecom services. Now I am, as told, I am DDG SMC, Satcom Monitoring Center. We are doing a very boring work of satellite interference, mitigation, resolution, all these things. That is what we are doing, a very limited domain. So when I got this topic, then I needed to study. So I could find answers to some of the questions. I could not find answers to some of the questions. So I'll discuss everything with you all here. So let us all put our mind together that how to leverage this space technology, space communication domain to improve the telecom services, telecom connectivity in the Indian context to make it a Viksit Bharat by 1947. So I'll sound repetitive, but it's better to drill the subject in, the matter in. The satellite communication is the only media which actually provides you a ubiquitous connectivity across all geographies, whether it is ocean, whether it is mountain, whether it is desert, whether it is a populated area, it is all and everywhere. And definitely as part of Viksit Bharat, we envision that we should be providing telecom connectivity to not only every person, but to every geography, to the complete India. So then when we merge these two things together, what we find is that satellite communication actually comes out to be the only or the best alternative for this purpose. Now if we see the situation today, though this demand for ubiquitous connectivity exists even today, it's not that it will come by 1947 or we need to achieve it by 1947. Even today, this demand is there. So I was just trying to get some data as to how much Indian area is uncovered in terms of telecom connectivity. Unfortunately, there is no data. So the data we get, these many villages covered, these many districts covered, this much percentage of population covered, but there is no data which actually tells how much geographical area covered. So the data I could get was roughly 20 to 30% of India is which is not populated or very sparsely populated. Even in the populated areas, definitely there won't be 100% telecom coverage. So we can safely say 50% of our land area should be such where there is no terrestrial connectivity. I am not talking of percentage of population, it is percentage of land area. And this land area definitely needs connectivity even today. So, and the satellite signals even today exist in those areas. The satellites are beaming, Indian satellites are beaming, foreign satellites are beaming. So the satellite signal is there, but unfortunately the connectivity, the terminal ecosystem, it is not there. So what I understood is that the issues probably are a high one-time charge, a high usage charge, a complex type of system which is difficult actually to establish and difficult to maintain, especially in those remote areas, and definitely an issue of a stable power connectivity, because if there is a high power system, you need some power source to power that system. So all these things have actually hindered a mass adoption. So whenever we talk of satellite connectivity, we talk of a very niche segment which is actually benefiting or is able to utilize that satellite connectivity, who is actually able to pay more, have some technical manpower of their own to manage it. So, but somehow the masses, an average Indian, he is not able to use that connectivity. So, if we look at a developed country, say USA, it's not like that. So if somebody is in a remote area, he has a house, he will be in a position actually to have a satellite system and use it. It will be a bit costly than the terrestrial communication, but still he will have it and he will use it. So when we envision Viksit Bharat, that means we'll be a developed country. So we should aim that thing, that yes, if there is an average person, I'm not talking of a very lowest social class or the highest social class, just an average Indian, he should be able to actually put a satellite system in his home, just simply buy it off the shelf, be able to configure it on his own, not too costly, and the monthly charges should be such which he can afford. So that is something all of us here, we should think how to actually do it so that this mass adoption happens. Now, as I see it today, we are really in a very exciting time as far as the satellite connectivity or the satellite environment is concerned, and it appears that we are moving in that direction, and it appears that that may be achievable maybe well before 2047. So if we see today what is the environment, so we have got NGSO constellations, they have come up, and the type of rates offering we are seeing, it has come down significantly. So one time cost somewhere around 30 to 50,000 Indian rupees, and that is what we are hearing, that will be offered, and probably the monthly charges in the range of some 2,000, 3,000 rupees, maybe even lower. And it's a broadband connectivity, not as good as fiber or not as good as 5G, but still decent. Then in the conventional domain, if we see, we now get in GSO domain also, we have got high throughput satellites, the Ka band satellites, and the cost structure bandwidth is also almost on the similar lines, maybe a little less throughput, but decent enough. Yes, there is an issue of latency, but then the problem of latency comes only with voice communication or some critical applications or gaming, but as far as the normal internet access is concerned or normal banking is concerned, or you want to make a UPI payment, it's good enough. The latency doesn't matter. Then a very big thing which is coming is this D2D. And D2D is great because you actually don't need a dedicated terminal now. Your smartphone itself is a terminal. So then it brings practically the one-time cost comes down. it's nothing. Then again, in terms of cost, if you see, or easy connectivity, these IoT devices, the satellite devices which are serving the IoT services, which are really low bit rate devices. So we see that they are very low powered, they have a very small footprint, then accordingly a very low cost as well. So then it also adds. In terms of power, now we see satellite, solar energy has come in a big way. We see solar panels everywhere, and that added with this development in the battery technology, these lithium-ion batteries, these high-capacity batteries. So instead, in fact, the homes in remote locations, they are already getting solar powered. So then powering these satellite devices, satellite terminals should not be a problem now. So all these added together, it gives us a direction that future maybe we should be able to use this space-based communication for a mass type of applications. So the focus, I think, should now shift even within here, that instead of B2B, business to business, business to enterprise, it has to be B2C, business to customer. More orientation to see how the customer can be directly served. Then I was just going through what is the potential, how many customers may be there in India. So I just checked. So I found that as on 31/3/25, there are 5.6 crore paying DTH connections. Please correct me if I am wrong. It was 56 million, 5.6 crores paying DTH connections. That means there is a dish. There is already a dish which is installed, and it is receiving, it's not transmitting. But despite the advancements in 4G, 5G, fiberization, still there are these many people who are actually connected to a satellite. So they are receiving, not transmitting. So let's say this is the higher figure. Then the VSAT terminals, the figure I got, it is 2.5 lakhs. So roughly we have got 2.5 lakhs VSAT terminals, and not all of them are actually being used for broadband connectivity. Many of them will be CUG type of things. So if we look this gap, this 2.5 lakh to 5.6 crores, it's a huge gap, and it shows there is a huge potential. There is a huge potential, and I just checked what is the Starlink subscriber base recently. So world over it's 6 millions, and in USA it is 2 million. So there are 2 million Starlink subscribers latest. So 2 million subscribers, USA population is 34 crores. Our population is 145 crores, somewhere around. So if I do it 4 times, so it comes to 8 millions, that is 80 lakhs. So I think this is a good figure. These many people, maybe somewhere around this is the potential. So from 2.5 lakhs, definitely we have a potential to go up to this 80 lakh figure, and that we need to deliberate how to go ahead doing it. Now, this is in general about satellite communication, but yes, there is also a requirement. What these recent conflicts have shown us, that we need to develop indigenous technologies. So yes, the global satellites, global constellations providing us connectivity, that is great. But for our own security, our own reliability, we need to have our own satellites, terminals, everything. So an ideal solution will be an Indian NGSO constellation. But by its design, an NGSO constellation cannot serve just a country. So yes, we are probably the most populous country now. We have surpassed China. So yes, that constellation will serve us. But then it can as well serve the friendly countries, or let it be a commercial thing. Whoever needs it, it can serve everybody. So that should be an aim for 2047, that let's establish an NGSO Indian constellation which serves us, which serves others, and that way probably we can further reduce the cost so that actually it goes to the masses. Then but yes, it will take some time. So in the shorter and medium term, we need to focus how to best utilize the GSO constellations till it comes up, and to find cost-effective methodologies of providing services. Now, we already have a capacity. ISRO has done great of manufacturing, launching, using our own satellites. But when it comes to the user terminals, we are still largely dependent on imports. And probably that is one reason it's costly. So we need to focus on indigenous design, development and manufacturing of various RF components and modems. Because then after that, other things, they are anyway costs. So you have got your router or server or computer or whatever. But this RF component and modems, these need to be manufactured in India and need to be manufactured on a big scale, and that can again push down the costs. So with this, I have shared my thought, and probably let's all of us put our minds together that and aim to transform this satellite communication from a niche segment to a mass segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhash Dikshit, for discussing how we can achieve indigenous SATCOM ecosystem in India, what should be done. The way forward, as we know, is the unified communication in which terrestrial and satellite communication will work in tandem, and there will be an integrated communication network that is as per the 3GPP 17, 18 and the future releases. That's the way forward. Now I invite Mr. Utpal Bhaumik, India B2B business lead, Amazon.
Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, at the onset, thanks to the organizers, IFI, and the rest of the organizing team, and my esteemed panelists for allowing me to speak here. It's a great opportunity. At the cost of repetition, yes, we have a very tough job, this panel, right after a great lunch to keep you awake. I don't have a presentation, but I'll try to keep it brief and put forward my points very in a brief manner. So first of all, it's an honor to be here to contribute to this conversation of Viksit Bharat. As Mr. Agarwal already mentioned at the start of the session, the vision of Viksit Bharat is of a digitally inclusive, economically empowered, and globally competitive India by 2047. So what is critical for this transformation? We believe the most critical part, like some of my panelists have already shared, is universal connectivity. Everybody should have the right to connect. While India has made remarkable strides in building its digital infrastructure, millions of citizens across rural and these remote regions still lack access to reliable and high-speed internet. These gaps are not just technical. They represent a barrier to inclusion, access, and opportunity. Project Kuiper is yet another initiative by Amazon, one designed to contribute to India's digital future by providing fast, affordable, and reliable broadband connectivity through a low Earth orbits LEO satellites. As under Project Kuiper, we've already launched around 78 satellites. We just started launching this year. We plan to have, we have booked like a lot of launches in the next 1 year, and we plan to reach very fast the figure of 3,200. Now, so we are really looking at contributing to this vision of Viksit Bharat. Now, here are a few points which I wanted to put forward, that how with Project Kuiper capabilities, as well as combined with the right regulatory and policy environment, how we can support the goals of Viksit Bharat. I think first and foremost, like one of my respected panelists shared, the design of LEO systems is such that we are not covering a particular area or like beams. We are covering the Earth in a shell. So the design of LEO systems is such that we deliver consistent, high quality connectivity regardless of the geography. Whether in remote rural areas or hard to reach terrains, LEO systems offer an agile and scalable solution to ensure no community is digitally excluded. That's one of the ways I think we can provide connectivity to the masses. The other part, since we are looking at also following policy regimes, as India allocates spectrum of NGOs services, we urge and the alignment with ITU developments across regions 1, 2, and 3. I think a lot has been said over the past 2 days on this topic, and it's a very important topic for us, because this ensures seamless coordinations, protects long-term interests, and provides a spectrum certainty needed for global NGO systems like Kuiper to operate effectively in India, and to basically, again, support this as a vision of Viksit Bharat. Another thing that we are looking at is we are looking at building satellite gateways in India. India has a strategic potential to become a regional satellite hub for satellite gateways and TTCs. As TRI has rightly recommended, Indian gateways should be allowed to serve friendly neighboring countries, strengthening India's position as a digital infrastructure leader and boosting economic and diplomatic ties in India. Finally, one of the things is that we request the regulators, and then we're looking to, as part of the Viksit Bharat vision, we are looking at streamlining the satellite policy. To accelerate the deployment and encouragement investment, we recommend to reduce the number of steps involved in clearance mechanism of all satellite-related permissions. A streamlined process would not only help fast-track connectivity deployment, but also enhance India's competitiveness in the satellite broadband space. In our opinion, all these points above will go a long way in harnessing the potential of satellites to connect the unconnected and to achieve the Viksit Bharat mission. As one of my fellow panelists just said, that this is one of the ways to make satellites grow from a niche segment to a mass segment. Again, to summarize, Viksit Bharat is a call to action. It's about building a digitally empowered society where every Indian has equal access to knowledge, opportunity, and growth. We are proud to support this journey through Project Kuiper, which represents a long-term commitment to connecting the unconnected and enabling a more digitally inclusive India. We look forward to closely work with the Government of India, the regulators, and our respectful industry partners to make this vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhaumik, for his very meaningful and very brief to the point presentation. And we believe that once Amazon Kuiper is able to launch their services, they will really help the people in remote areas to have good connectivity. Now I invite Mr. Alok Shankar Pandey to make his presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I have chosen a slightly different topic, and the topic I have chosen by requesting Mr. Bharti that these are my areas of interest, and I will not talk about any of the spectrum issues. I will not talk about any of the policy issues. I will talk straight from my heart what I've experienced. And because I have to do that, a disclaimer. All views expressed are personal. They do not in any way reflect views of any organization that I've served in the past or present. Motivation, I was fortunate to be part of the Kargil operations, 1999. One of our friendly countries denied us imageries, which was probably a trigger for the government of India itself to look at space seriously. Not only that, we had troops sitting at very inconvenient locations, inaccessible locations, and you had very difficult means of communications. We used to communicate through wired media carried on back right up to the top. The public outcry or help was so large that we got few Iridium satellite handheld phones. And they became kind of a lifeline. These Iridium sets were being used to talk backward to relatives, and also certain essential planning parameters in worst case of failure of all forms of communication. So what you did was you achieved the objective, but you left a window behind for someone to exploit it possibly, or even to say disrupt it. The topics I've chosen are defense and railways. And this is where my journey combines. Most strategic movement of defense forces happens on railways. And unfortunately, after hanging my uniform in the armed forces, I moved to a public sector undertaking of railways. So being a dreamer that I am, I started dreaming about implementation of satellite applications in the railways. So my first problem statement that I suffered was with respect to the Kargil ops. When I was doing my master's in IIT Delhi in 2005, I got this opportunity to explore this constellation, LEO, MEO, and GEO constellations. And I kept wondering that if I had to go on the other side, on the enemy side, why could I not use satellite terminals? But they were so bulky, difficult to carry, difficult to establish, very difficult. The alternative that I came up with that point of time was probably airdrop a network, wireless sensor network. That was the nearest alternative that I came about with. And that wireless sensor network inevitably again had a gateway which was to go to the satellite. So I had no means to survive beyond the territorial boundaries of India without a satellite gateway. So that is the essential part of satellite. What do I look at a battlefield? I am looking at battlefield transparency. I should be able to see as far as I want to hit. How is that facilitated? It is facilitated through something called C4ISR, very a big jargon, nothing but command, control, communication, computer, and ISR everyone knows. This is what I need. So battlefield transparency enabled through C4ISR. All this for what? To shorten my OODA loop. Any stakeholders whose OODA loop is the shortest is the winner in the war. If my enemy's OODA loop is shorter than mine, I get hit. If my OODA loop is shorter than his, I hit him. So the whole purpose of the entire thing, entire infrastructure of all kind of communication that we put up is to shorten the OODA loop. And the challenges that we have with respect to helping C4ISR shortening the OODA loop is latency, throughput, and line of sight. I have put them in that order. I am willing to live with a low throughput application which meets my mission critical requirement within that latency, because that latency is the figure which has a huge role in the OODA loop shortening. Throughput only brings me the kind of data and diversity of data or the amount of data that I can handle. Line of sight is a very interesting thing. As I said, in the first window, I want to see as far as I can. I am constrained by two parameters. First is normal line of sight, and second is the radio line of sight, beyond which none of my payload deliverables are possible. So what does this do, this new thing, LEO, MEO constellation? This eased my life. This helps realize my dreams. How? It first increases my line of sight capability. A platform in the sky through which I can relay. Now I have a line of sight across the world. A weapon delivery platform in the air with that kind of endurance, connected sitting back in India, can deliver a payload anywhere in the world if it has the endurance. So line of sight considerations go away. When line of sight considerations go away, you have this C4ISR becoming far more transparent. Sitting here, I can see, and all that data that I'm talking of, all anecdotes that I'm talking of are from open source, no classified, everything is available on open source. I can see whether Turkey has moved people to support Operation Sindoor. That is the capability that it brings. So the minute the satellite constellation, the LEO constellation and the GEO in particular, when I intertwine them or weave them together, they provide me a formidable backbone for my C4ISR, and which in turn shortens the OODA loop, because being LEO, the latency is very short. We have heard this story of drones. It was used in Op Sindoor this time, not from the LEO constellation, but Baidu was assisting some of the drone deliveries that were happening in, drone-assisted deliveries, payload delivery that were happening in Op Sindoor. And this again has been talked of post-Op Sindoor, which is called Joint Operations Command Center, where you have, again, using a satellite or LEO constellation or a MEO constellation, whichever way is feasible, to integrate all your airborne platforms and payloads to be able to deliver the payload at the desired location while maintaining the controls on the ground. Shortening the OODA loop further and further. Rumors say that you lost aircrafts in the Operation Sindoor, and that is attributed to this cooperation of a LEO constellation with an aerial platform to deliver a payload. So that is the kind of role satellites have begun to play in active warfare today. Now I'll jump from warfare to the railways. If that is what can be done in warfare, if I superimpose satellite on the railways, and again, my history with exploiting or looking for satellite-based alternatives, communications for routine jobs. Today, railways maintains a humongous infrastructure of optical fiber cable terrestrial network, GSMR network, signaling machines, and associated track assets to ensure that the operations are safe. But if I let my imagination run slightly loose, and these are the things that we are using, a real-time location system has been spoken of by one of our panelists. Kavach is the rail protection system, so that collision avoidance system. It's a physical asset-based solution. RFID tags are deployed at particular intervals. The dependence on that one physical asset for safety is so critical
that you actually have to slow down trains at times to ensure safety is ensured, to ensure that safety is maintained. What if there were no RFID tags along the route, and still, and because the acceleration, deceleration is loss of engine power, we don't quantify in terms of economic loss that it causes. This would have been overcome. So my dream is connected trains. Imagine, what is the business model of railways? You have maximum number of trains per track kilometer. How can I compress maximum number of trains in per track kilometer in a given section? Today you have to ensure safety, you have the entire railway network, 1,28,000 kilometers, distributed in chunks of 10 kilometers each. So that in that one 10-kilometer section, there is only one train. So there is no way that collision can take place. It's called sections. So you ensure that there is one train in one section maximum. That is what you do today for the purpose of safety. Now, if two trains are situationally aware, location aware, talking to each other, depending on the individual speeds, they can negotiate inter-say safety distances. Trains today stop to pick up caution orders where it says from kilometer so and so to kilometer so and so, you are supposed to drive at a particular speed. If I can bring that caution order on the move to the loco pilot in his cabin, or for that matter, if I can bring the signal next to it, and the signal next to it, and the signal next to it in the loco pilot's cabin. Operations through bad weathers taken care of. Missing RFIDs taken care of. More trains per track kilometers, and they still remain safe because the LEO constellation provides me that kind of latency that mission critical applications of the railway type can be supported. The LEO constellation in combination with the GEO constellation provides me that kind of locational accuracy that you can maintain the up and down or behind trains within safety margins. That kind of locational accuracy is there. A 200 crore rupees infrastructure being spent for Kavach for a particular section. Years to implement this across nation. A change in thought, a change in approach, you can light this up in a decade throughout the country. So what I'm saying is use of combination of LEO, MEO and LEO, MEO and GEO constellation. I think something zoom ho gaya, dekh lijiye. LEO, MEO and GEO constellation for mission critical applications. However, I am talking of applications which have got to do with critical infrastructure. If I am talking of critical infrastructure, I cannot be dependent on, or I cannot afford another 1999, which is denial of service. The space today is a critical, in fact, strategic real estate that we are beginning to realize importance of, but we are lagging behind. And we need to take all possible steps, all public-private partnerships, everyone on board, so that we at least occupy the real estate. How we do it, what we do of it, is something that can be thought of later. China, 15,000 LEO constellations up in the air. We need to move fast because today we are talking of commercialization and mass utilization, but we are dependent on friendly countries, certain associations. We tried this with the GLOSNASS. We had to come up with the NAVIC. So there is no alternative but to come up with your own strategic space assets at the same scale that it can be utilized for commercial interactions or transactions, especially when it provides you the benefit of dual use. You can turn them on and off for the type of use any point in time. These are some of the one on the left is something that is real time. The one on the right is internet. But what I want to summarize is communication is that invisible nerve without which neither the tail will wag nor the head will nod. So we need to realize the importance of communication. Various forms of communication have their own importance, but this one strategic form of communication, we need to get onto it as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey, for making a very good presentation covering two very different worlds, defense and railways, how SATCOM can be utilized, or rather I should say in every field, in every area, SATCOM has got its very much utility. So now as we are already running behind schedule, we can have a very brief panel discussion. During the panel discussions, I request the panelists to give a very to the point, very brief response. So first, I ask Mr. Rayappa, means how data network, how thin data network can be used with L and S bands. What is their potential for D2D? What he thinks about.
Yes, sir, thank you. Yeah, we have been discussing that D2D is going to be the future technology, so providing a lot of capability, connecting every device and every mobile on the move, wherever you are. That is the vision. But already that experience hand, for example, railway tracking is one application, real-time railway information system. Today, using the S-band satellite, the GSAT 6 satellites, and that capability is there. The compact devices are there. Because of it is a S-band, it provides a very wide beam the communication. And on the move, and because of it's a lower band, the attenuation due to atmospheric is very, very minimum. And it's a very reliable communication is provided. It is field proven today. When the train is moving at the speed of 120 kilometers per hour, we are able to pick up the events of crossing station, entering station, leaving station. Of course, I'm not sure about those, familiar with those terminologies, but it gives the event so that those real-time events are fed into the railway control center, and many of the operations are automated. So it gives not only efficient operations, the same data is also used for providing timely input to the passengers about the arrival of the time, whereabout of the time, so that it indirectly helps even the people movement at the station, avoiding congestion, traffic congestions. This is one live example today we have in this thin data communication. Other thin data communications are already we are using the UHF band things to monitor rivers, monitor AWS systems. Nearly some 2,000 AWS systems are there. At various fields, you pick up the environmental in situ data, important parameters like the wind direction, the temperature, the rain gauge, etc. These are all feeding into forecasting. Similarly, we have the tsunamometers installed at the shores so that whenever there is an event of earthquake, automatically they sense and alert much before the tsunami. So we already thin data is very important for the particularly the societal life safety infrastructure operations. Imagine if it goes to the next level, if the solutions, of course there are capacity limitation. There are so many commercial applications they look for that. Even the fleet managers, they want these kind of things, a very reliable, very high available system so that they can fit into their system. Today there is a capacity limitation. Once the D2D and this kind of thin data, there can be innumerable number of applications. In fact, we can imagine on the lighter side, we can imagine by 2047, teacherless school, driverless vehicles, and even farmerless field. The drones themselves can take the decision and spray and control the pest, and robots can bring back the crop into the home. That is the potential that thin data and D2D can provide. Thank you.
Now, as we know that standards are very important, because communication by its very nature, it means that one person sitting in any corner of the world can talk to another person who may be on the opposite side of the globe. And this is possible only if we are having common standards and interoperability is there. So I asked Mr. Mukesh Kumar means what he thinks about the standardization in satellite, in SATCOM.
Thank you, Chair. So, as we all know the importance of standards in any technology, so is the importance exists for satellite communication also. So, Telecom Engineering Center has issued 3 kind of standards for SATCOM. One is related to communication satellite network and broadcast satellite network for providing fixed satellite services and broadcasting satellite services. This is the one kind. We are using the dish antenna and all, they are all complying with this standard. Second is the VSAT-based mobility services, whereby we use the satellite phone through VSAT on vehicle, or it includes the aircraft earth station, plus earth station on vessel. And third kind is the recently, last year only, we have issued the standard for non-geostationary satellite orbit application in FSS services, so that whatever now the Starlink and all will be providing, they will be adhering to these standards. So mainly these standards are to ensure that they operate in an interference-free environment, and minimum intervention is required for, say, my friend, which they got complaint from for interference from other constellation. This is also to ensure that we in the standard we have a certain kind of security condition also, so that we see that our legal requirement, our lawful interception requirement is also met. So we ensure and we see that how the communication satellite network works smoothly with the interference-free environment. Thank you, sir.
So thank you. Now we all know that technologies are available, and user terminals are also available. Use of SATCOM is limited to a few persons due to a lack of affordability. So as mentioned by Mr. Dikshit, there is a need that for mass proliferation, something should be done. So now I would like to ask him what he thinks about it, what can be done for its mass proliferation.
Thank you, sir. As I already put some light in my initial discussions, the cost structures need to come down. Yes, there is a component of what is the satellite cost, so probably something needs to be seen in that aspect, how the launch costs or the satellite costs are further brought down. Then if there is a need to somehow bring down the bandwidth cost, that can also be looked into if there is something on, say, the licensing part or whatever charges are being implemented today. If something needs to be done on that part, that industry needs to deliberate and come out what they need in that respect. Then terminal cost is a big issue. So yes, something needs to be done there. As I discussed, indigenization, developing our own terminals, that can be a way forward. So those are the things, and then more we can think. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. The SATCOM services have got very big utilization in delivering in social sector such as e-health or e-medicine, and NGSO can play this role very well because of the additional characteristic of low latency. So, Mr. Bhaumik, how do you see that NGSO satellites would have proliferation, when they have their own role, what role they have in providing such e-services in India?
So, from NGSO perspective, I think the main role of NGSO compared to the old geo satellites is basically we are trying to, first of all, like I mentioned, we are providing uniform coverage, nationwide coverage. It doesn't matter what kind of terrain it is. And we are also this thing, low latency. We are providing, ensuring that everybody, rural or remote, is getting low latency. So for that, we are even looking at investing in gateways in compliance with the regulatory laws of the land to ensure there is, as per the design, there is enough handoffs, and then there's enough satellite visibility, there's minimum content retrieval time, and we are connecting to the all the exchanges, Indian internet exchanges verbally. So people are able to enjoy reliable internet, high-speed internet at a very low latency. So I think this is probably the main role, and we will do this as per all the in compliance with the regulatory environment, in compliance with the Government of India regulations, and this helps us with the Viksit Bharat, like we mentioned, with take the satellite internet to the rural areas, and for we use it for education and healthcare programs in all the regulatory, in all the government programs as well.
Thank you. This safety and security for law and for maintenance and law and order is quite important. And as mentioned by DCPW representative, SATCOM plays an important role in this area. So how do you see this can further be enhanced in the Indian context?
More proliferation of satellite communication in public will definitely enhance operational capabilities. Currently, each and every operation which takes place either in very remote areas or in forest areas, there is a requirement of broadband connectivity. If I have to send a large amount of data from a particular remote location to a control room, especially in those remote areas, we don't have any other forms of communication. So satellite communication is the only one which provides this sort of communication. For a small example, few years back we connected all the islands of Lakshadweep with our network with video conferencing system. And that was the first time in their lives that people sitting at each and every control room in each and every island, they saw each other's faces. Otherwise, they would see each other's faces only once in 2 or 3 years. So this was one of the big achievements of satellite communication. This was possible because of satellite communication. And even today, for example, Ladakh police. Now when Ladakh became a new union territory, earlier it was just a simple district in a big state. So when it became a union territory, it had to establish its own police communication systems. So because of the terrain available in Ladakh, so it was difficult to have this conventional communication systems of VHF and HF. So satellite communication was used there, and all their police stations are connected with SATCOM terminals today, which has enhanced their real-time communication capabilities. So this is one way which we can take forward satellite communication in public safety and also in disaster management.
Now we all know that satellite communication is also very important for personal and enterprise communication. And how, so it will also be useful for railways, for defense, for other sectors. So Mr. Pandey, would you like to say something about it?
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. That's a wonderful question. But what I would want to add, major part of it I've already covered. What I would want to add specifically with respect to how to, the way forward with satellite communication in India, cooperation is the only way forward. That is what we know, and it is good to onboard or start being an early adopter of the technology, start leveraging technology today as is, when is, in whatever form. But when you talk of enterprise, an enterprise is probably a watered down version of strategic. So when I'm talking of strategic or enterprise engagement, especially in cooperation, cooperation is supposed to be win-win. It is supposed to be win-win for everyone, for the service provider and the one who is receiving it. Last I checked TRA website maybe about 3-4 months back, it's reflected about 700 to 800 million broadband subscribers. So that is the market potential that this technology has in terms of subscribers. So if I as a country have a market potential of doubling or tripling the revenue of existing satellite service providers who are coming in collaboration with us, there are certain safeguards that we should demand. And that is cooperation. It is, no, demand is not blackmailing, it's cooperation. The C2 part of it, the command and control, you should have the ground control on ground control stations in India. If you're not able to do that, you will end up with another BlackBerry, another WhatsApp, another Twitter, which will, again, the essence of cooperation will be lost. So that is what I would want to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal, for chairing the session so beautifully. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the members of the panel for the time and the efforts you all put in, for the beautiful thoughts and the expertise that you've put in. Thank you. I would request our session chair, Mr. Agarwal, to please present a memento to all our panelists, starting with Shri Mukesh Kumar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge hand, please? We thank Shri H. Rayappa, sir. We thank Shri Hari, sir. We thank Shri Prabhat Dikshit, sir. We thank Shri Utpal Bhaumik, sir. Thank you, sir. And last but not the least, Shri Alok Shankar Pandey, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this evening. I'll request the panel to please pose for a group photograph. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We would now like to move to the last session of ISPC 2025 on space sustainability. And it is my pleasure to invite the eminent set of speakers on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Ms. Donna Betty Murphy, SVP Regulatory Viasat. Welcome once again, ma'am. Please welcome Shri H.C. Soni, Vice President IAFI. And of course, Shri Bharat Bhatia, sir, President IFI.
So thank you very much. Just use. Hello. Yes. So we are at the end of this two-day marathon conference. We will not take more time, and we will very quickly wrap up. But I think before we close, we have one important subject which we have not covered so far, and that is on the space sustainability. So let me start this session. We have two very strong presentations. So if I may request Mr. Soni first to make a short presentation. We won't take more than 15 minutes. I guarantee you, so just bear with us. But I think space sustainability is a very important subject. With all the NGSO satellites going into the space, the debris are increasing, and I think we need to take care of them. So over to you, Soniji.
The topic I have been given today is last, but actually it is not the least. It is very important, and mostly it is not being covered. That is the space debris. See, for the sustainability of the space, we should keep the space clean also. Nowadays, the time is coming when the LEOs will be more and more. And the debris in the LEO region will be more dense. Density of the debris will be more than as compared to GEO. So we have to be very careful about it, because it is going to cause a great problem. That's why I told it is, though it is last, it is not the least. It is space debris, mitigation, remediation, and sustainability. What is the space debris? Space debris is non-functional artificial objects in the Earth orbit, including the fragmented and remnants of the spacecraft. The source of that is defunct satellites, rocket stages, explosions, and paint flags. Paint flags are which when the spacecraft or satellites are moving, certain flags will come out and they will become the debris. Now, there is a threat from that to the operational satellites, space stations, future space missions, and Kessler syndrome. What is the Kessler syndrome? When there is a collision between the debris or two debris or one working satellite or working spacecraft, lot of small pieces will come out, and those small pieces will again dash. So that is the Kessler syndrome. Now, the impact of the debris is collisions, interference. They will interfere in the astronomical observations. They can disrupt the communication and damage and destroy the infrastructure in the space. Now just see, it is the artistic view of the space debris. In 57 there was nothing, 2005 little bit more, 2018 more, and later on it will be too much. And satellites will also be increasing. Therefore, debris removal is very important. Now, LEO is between 160 to 2,000 kilometers. MEO is 2,000 to 35,786 or 36,000 kilometers, and GEO 36,000 kilometers. Now you just see this figure I have taken from the net. There are 36,000 pieces of debris. The size is more than 10 centimeters. There are 1 million pieces. The size is 1 to 10 centimeters. And over 130 million pieces of the debris, they are less than 1 centimeter, and even small which you cannot locate, you cannot find, and they are not trackable. So this much debris is available in the space. How much damage it can cause. There is a need for removing the debris to protect the active satellites, collision and damage failure. You see, human spacecrafts are also going, and they must be saved. Otherwise, debris can cause a great damage. Then we have to maintain the outer space, because every day we are going to launch more and more satellites, so that space should be maintained properly. And Hello, hello. It is always cost effective to remove the debris. Instead of I mean to keep the debris and keep on damaging them, the satellites or the missions and all that. Now we must comply with the international regulations and we should follow certain disciplines. What are the challenges of the space debris? Now, space debris to be tracked and monitored. That is one challenge. Then, removal of the debris, how it can be removed. It is very expensive and challenging. Another is the behavior of debris cannot be predicted. Movement of satellite can be predicted, but debris, where it is moving, which direction it will go, nobody knows it. And you see, we must reduce the growth of the debris, and we need international cooperation for that. It is a great threat to the human aircraft, human spacecraft, as small pieces can cause great damage to the human spacecraft. Certain natural decay is also there to the debris, which are in the lower space, LEO region, a very thin atmospheric layer that can, I mean to say, reduce the size of the satellite, size of the debris, and debris can be orbit in a spiral manner, inward spiral, and can die. That is one way. Then solar activity, which occurs every 11 years, and the atmosphere get expanded, and the same phenomena is repeated. Now, at the same time, in the LEO orbit, up to 600 kilometers, debris may decay automatically and re-enter the atmosphere within few years. And if you go above, it will take decades. If you go still above, it will take centuries for the debris to decay. At the same time, the mass of the debris, if it is solid, it will take a lot of time to decay. But if it is like the you see solar panels and all that, it will decay quickly. Now, what are the different strategies for the mitigation and remediation of this debris? You see, the spacecraft or satellite must be designed in such a way that post-mission deorbiting and post-mission disposal may be very easy. Now, there should be new methods for the removal of the debris, robotic capture by lasers, then developing sustainable awareness for the debris. And for that, international cooperation is very necessary. The people should cooperate. Otherwise, debris will keep on increasing and it will create problem. What are the different focus area? The tracking and monitoring of the debris is difficult, and the radar and the optical tracking systems need to be developed so that the debris can be detected easily and can be destroyed. The avoidance of the collision should be there. Whenever the satellite is there or any object, spacecraft is there, it can be maneuvered in such a way so that the collision doesn't take place. And there should be sufficient research and development for the removal of the debris. What are the international initiatives? Remove Debris is an European agency. They are working on that. Similarly, there is E-Orbit, E-Deorbit. It is also European Commission agency. Then
there is a NASA DER, D-E-R. It is a NASA Debris Elimination and Re-entry Program. IDEC is also a NASA program. JAXA is a Japanese debris removal agency. CNSA is Chinese agency. SDR is Russian agency. And NASA is also having another agency for the removal of the debris. At the same time, International Space Station was designed in such a way that it deorbited at the end of its life. So this kind of the design should be there. ITUR also has one recommendation, S1003-2 for the removal of the debris. All these are the objectives in that recommendations. What are the India's efforts? ISRO has a project Netra for the removal of the debris, and it is the member of one agency, Space Debris Coordination Committee. India is also following the maximum extent whatever are the recommendations of the UN and IDEC guidelines for the debris removal. Now, one more thing, you see the geosatellites, which are at the 36,000 kilometers. There is a method of removal of the debris from that orbit and pushing in the outer space. And that way, Indian satellites have been pushed away, which have, I mean, say, INSAT 2D was pushed about 369 kilometers above in the apogee region and 314 kilometers on the perigee region. Similarly, all these satellites had been pushed away from the 36,000 kilometers, so they will not do the damage. But one thing is there, they can do the damage to the spacecraft which are going beyond 36,000 kilometers. So that must be taken into account in future. What is the way forward? To raise awareness, to inform the policy makers, industry leaders, and the public about the growing problem of the debris and the consequences. Promote action to advocate removal technologies for stronger international cooperation. We must encourage innovation in the R&D area. That's what I can tell you. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Mr. and our last and final speaker of the day and the conference. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, this is the mic. Can you hear me? Yes. All right. This is a topic that's near and dear to my heart because I was at Iridium in 2009 when a defunct Russian spy satellite hit our 33 satellite. We had 66. They hit number 33, and it broke into tens of thousands of pieces. Only 1,800 of those could be trackable because those are the ones that are as big as a softball or slightly bigger than a cricket ball. And so I support all the comments made by the previous speaker. We're going to step back and look at sustainability and debris. And here are the various agencies that deal with it. The ITU looks at spectrum and orbital resources, and then UN-USA and its subcommittee, UN-COPIAS, looks at the debris management and the space management. Plus, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, it is multi-stakeholder agencies and government agencies that really need to step in. From the ITU perspective, the multilateral efforts started in 1963 when there were only 97 satellites. and then skip forward to 2022 when we had 6,700 satellites, and the plenipotentiary decided it was important to be able to ask for equal protection and equal rights for and equal access for countries to space slots and space forum. And this is this was echoed in WRC 23. All right, and again, as we said, WRC 23 through the Radio Regulations Board to the Radio Assembly and WRC talked about all of the increased risk to satellites and the importance of protection, but they also talked about, and previous speakers from yesterday talked about this, the misuse of Article 4.4. So I will not get into that, but that is where that was supposed to be used in a limited fashion, but now it's being looked at as a way to regulate or not regulate a satellite. This slide is just a look at, you don't need to read it, but the big light colored green dots show the sizes of the constellation. See the tiny iridium over there and the tiny global star? And then it shows the new large constellations that are coming up. And let's put that in perspective with one of those large constellations and see the red with the white X. That one system has applied for 34,000 satellites, millions of beams, and 51 gigahertz of spectrum. So imagine if all of those are launched, you know, how can countries like India, actually get physical access to space? Because of all of the things that I discussed before, the WRC and other groups are feeling the need to look at urgent actions. So the WRC decided not to change the limits, Article 22, which protects the geos. So it allows non-geos to operate on top, but they have to have limits that protect the geos. Unauthorized use was talked about yesterday, figuring out how you look at two mega constellations operating at the same time and the impact, because all the calculations done previously was about a single system, and then sharing amongst systems. All right, UN-USA, we'll go through this quickly because my colleague there had some really good points about space debris, but these are just some of the articles that are trending right now about space debris falling from the Earth. And the ESA, European Space Agency, just did a presentation last month that said every day 3 pieces of debris that are large fall to the Earth. If 30,000 satellites are added, it will be 11 pieces of debris that fall to the Earth. Just interesting. Adding into what my colleague said. I won't go through this because my colleague did. And this shows the ramp of, this is in space as opposed to falling to the Earth, but maybe it will fall to the Earth. The Navy is LEO debris, or debris caused by LEOs. And again, we talked about what's trackable. The challenge is the large pieces that are trackable and have catastrophic effects aren't the only thing that can destroy a satellite. If a small, like the 130 million ones, hits your gas tank, then your fuel's going to leak out and you have a satellite that doesn't work. All right, and I think this was discussed previously. And to just reiterate and to finish up, because I said it'd be super fast, so you guys can go and have a cocktail. Multi-stakeholder actions. We can't just hope that UN-USA does something because they're not a treaty organization. They're going to talk, they're going to do calculations, but nothing they do is binding, nor do they come up with anything, that right now the only thing they have are guidelines that were created over, that were developed 12 years ago when these constellations didn't exist. And the ITU also has its limited mandate. So I think we all need to work together to make sure space is available for everyone, both from the spectrum standpoint and from the orbital position and from the debris. And I think that it's important with thought leaders like India that you look at this and really figure out what you're going to do when you're licensing in-country, licensing a system, or when you're at the ITU, or when you're at UN-USA. So that's my call to action from this group, because space should be available for everyone. And it's, I think it's critical, as someone on a previous panel said, the ability to operate in space and what space is going to offer us in the long term is going to make a difference more than some military might and other actions done by country. So thank you. That was my speed round.
Thank you very much, Donna and Mr. Soni. I think this concluding was quick, but I think very important. And all the points have been very well brought out, so thank you very much. And perhaps within IEFI, we might have some further discussion on this and come back to you for some help in terms of how do we take this forward nationally and internationally. So, yes, please, go ahead. Can you give the mic?
My question, Ms. Thank you for bringing out the important aspect of that. What is the way forward? You know that a lot of things are, there is no visibility, that there is no concrete coming up, all are being, USA is talking about, ITU is talking about, of course, ITU is just limited to spectrum access. You look at the growth at which it is going, the future of space environment, the near Earth sustainability is a big question. What do you think in your way, a most aggressive action required immediately?
I just want to make sure I understood your question. So you're saying what way, what could be done specifically? Well, first of all, when you let an operator into your country, put requirements on them for debris mitigation. And I think part of the challenge is there are satellite companies out there, I don't know if they're still in the audience, like OneWeb, who is putting magnetic devices on their satellites so that they can be safely brought down. Require that, encourage that, have a penalty for people who don't do it. Part of the challenge is, and I'm not going to name names, but there's a big satellite operator who could do all of this, but because other satellite operators, no one wants to be the first person to be like, to play nicely in the sandbox, because then they have to explain to their boss why someone else is getting away with it. So if India is putting requirements on, you're an important country, and if you put requirements on operators that come into your country to abide by some basic, rules, then you're going to make a difference, because everybody wants to operate in India. So, that's the easiest way. And then again, going to a WRC, UN-USA is a bigger challenge, because it really honestly doesn't have a treaty, but it does develop the rules. But I think that voting at the putting your position forward at the ITU and the WRC to say, we're going to be a player here, and there needs to be something for us when we launch our systems. I think that makes the difference. It takes the first one to jump in there, because I think that all the engineers, when you talk to people in the back room designing these systems, they want to do the right thing. And so you need to get the bean counters to agree with that. And India has that power. So I, implore you to use it.
One more question.
Yeah, Mr. Soni, and you mentioned about the debris. What about the radiation exposure, especially in MEO?
Are you talking about a system like Global Star that gets radiated all the time, and what's going to happen when it comes back to Earth? Or because most of those are sent back, they don't. You know, those are harder to bring. The MEO is harder to bring down. I don't have a good answer for you there, honestly. I think there's a lot of work that's been done on the impact to the atmosphere as all of these chemicals come through it and the depletion of the ozone layer. And I think that is something that scientists are still studying. I think ESA is doing a tracking of, they're flying airplanes up in the atmosphere and trying to trace debris coming down to try to figure out the impact of that debris, especially with the chemicals and the radiation that you're talking about. And it's incredibly hard to do. So I think this is an area that needs a lot of work. So.
Thanks much. I think.
One more question here.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much.
Ek last.
We had a lot of questions. Long day.
Chalo, theek hai.
But
Theek hai.
Go ahead, since you already started.
Today you have airspace regulations. Tomorrow, the space as on today does not fall within the sovereign regulation of a country. Tomorrow, if you have sovereign regulation of the space, what happens then to the existing service providers?
Are you suggesting sovereignty like you have in shipping, where it's like 16 nautical miles or something like that out, and a certain distance up there? I mean, what I'm wondering about is, are you suggesting that there is an impact to? Because again, right after the Iridium satellite was hit, there were all these international legal battles on who was responsible for that, because frankly, on the day that it was hit, the U.S. Air Force provides every day the probability of collisions, and it was not even top 5 on that list. I think it's 8, but I could be wrong. I'm remembering a long time ago. So my point is that I see a challenge with like controlling random pieces of debris coming down. I don't have a good answer for you there, because I think that, again, governments need to require like mobility. They need to require have a plan for how these satellites are going to be deorbited. I think people always need to step back and have a bigger look. I gave a talk to some countries at on a Johns Hopkins a few months ago, and I said, well, that's great that Stanford University, or name your important university, wants to launch a satellite, but do they have like cyber controls in their system? And I'm not going to name the university, but there was a big university who launched something without thinking about it, and then it didn't launch into the orbit it was supposed to, and it came spinning. It was called tethers. It was on like a 70-kilometer tether, came spinning through Iridium's orbit, and we watched it day by day with the head of the FCC and the head of that university trying to figure out, like, were we going to sue the university if it hit one of our satellites? Now, it didn't, so I can tell the story, but there are controls that need to be put on. I get the excitement of the race to space and wanting to let everybody participate. That's great, but with space comes a responsibility. And, airplanes are flying through that space. So, you heard the story the other day about the rocket, the ship that didn't get the emergency signal, so the launch had to be, had to be delayed. You don't necessarily get that kind of signaling with this debris coming down. So there's a bigger problem, and you're absolutely right. And if we do have sovereignty above a certain point, does that mean I'm going to sue whoever falls into my country? I think that's hard, but it's an interesting concept.
Thank you.
So anyway, thanks.
Yeah, perhaps maybe a need to look at UN Outer Space Treaty itself in the longer run, and maybe see if it also needs some tweaks. But those are things for the future. But anyway, thank you very much, and thanks all the audience. This has been a wonderful 2 days. We started at morning yesterday and went through a lot of different subjects. We talked about the policy reforms, we talked about the spectrum, we talked about the WRC agenda items, we talked about the GMDSS and GADSS and GNRS, and then had a whole session on D2D, and finally concluding with this very important topic. So thank you everybody. Some of from a full room, but we still have quite a number of participants here. But I want to recognize and thank all our supporters first for this 2-day conference. The conference was supported by the Department of Telecommunications, ISRO, of course, in space in a big way, Indian Space Association, Bharat 6G Alliance, and Wireless World Research Forum, WWRF, to which I belong myself also. Thanks to the media partners, both ET Telecom and Communication Today, they were very actively involved. They have been continuously posting out stories since yesterday morning, and you can see those on LinkedIn, and also there is a media pickup of some of those stories, so you can check that out on the internet. Thanks also to, I think there was the ANI, Associated News of India. They were here in full force for both the days, and they covered number of speakers through live interviews. So thank you to them as well. Our sponsors, we are an NGO. We are funded mainly by the sponsorship and all the expenses for this event, which is quite expensive, I must say. Thanks Telesat, Eutelsat, Amazon, Inmarsat, Viasat. All of you contributed to meeting that expense. So thank you very much. And of course, thanks to the hotel and the staff. They were very patient with us. They were cooperating, particularly they were, when we had double the number of participants that we expected yesterday, they still were able to arrange lunch for everybody. So thank you for the entire hotel management. And of course, thanks to our staff, Arush, Ashish, Hemraj, Soni ji, and everybody. I think everybody put in a great effort in making this event a very good success. We are talking to JISOA and others for our next event, which will be around same time, around July timeframe next year. So stay tuned for those details, and welcome you next year back here with the same thunder and same applause. So thank you very much. This event is closed. Thank you, Sid. Thank you to Hai. And maybe we can have one concluding picture with everybody who's left here, so we remember everybody who is here. So if you could,
of course, we request everybody, please join in for a group picture. And as Bhatia sir already concluded and thanked each and every one, I'd once again like to take the opportunity to thank each and everybody who has been a part of this amazing ISPC 2025. It was overall, the conference was a grand success, full of learning. Yes, I'd request everybody, please, all the lovely girls over there, to please join in the organizing team. Ashish, Prachi, everybody, please join in for a group picture. Thank you, everyone. I request you all to please join in for high tea, which is laid out at the dining area. And we are looking forward to see you all next year. And thank you so, so much for making this event a grand success. Thank you very much.